Good morning. It is a pleasure to be with all of you again. It's been a little while. It's been a whole pandemic. It feels like a little more than just a little while. A COVID time. Yeah, it's like PC and in the middle of PC. We're still in COVID, but nonetheless, good morning. My name is Michelle Ferguson, and it really is a pleasure to be with all of you this morning. Over the next 2 days, you have, again, what I think is always a unique opportunity to spend time together as a governing body to really, in this time when we are hoping to look to the light, literally, there's a light at the end of hopefully this COVID tunnel, as difficult as it's been over these past years for you all as elected officials, most importantly for the community that you serve as well too. This is an opportunity for you all to get together, to talk about those things that are important to this community, to use this as an opportunity to perhaps reestablish some best practices, some good habits about how to work together as a governing body in real life, as opposed to on screens. I understand that this last council meeting was the first time that you all have been back together in person in quite a while, and I bet that felt a little funny, felt a little different. You probably had to wear different pants and shoes, actually. I've done a lot of meetings without shoes that I would never do over these last 2 years. Yeah. So despite your personal choices of footwear, there are probably some other things that have changed. There's a lot that's changed over these last couple of years. And this retreat really is an opportunity to reestablish some good habits, some best practices in terms of how you all want to work together to accomplish those things that are important for this community. So we'll spend some time today talking about your priorities, achieve some consensus around those things that are important for this governing body to focus on, particularly in this next year, and also spend some time talking about some important topics, some really important community issues that you all need to weigh in on and provide feedback, really to provide that information to staff so they know how to carry out your direction. Again, in this coming year. So as always, whenever I have the opportunity to work with governing bodies, I appreciate the time that you all spent with me, again, on a screen. But nonetheless, we had the opportunity to talk a little bit, to hear your expectations for this time together. And again, I think it really is an opportunity to come back together in a different way so that you can refocus on those things that are most important to this community. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the mayor and see if you would like to make some opening comments.
Here we go. I want y'all to put away your phones. Put away your phones because we need to be present. We have an opportunity today to change and improve our city. The only thing stopping us is our lack of imagination or lack of started.
Thanks, Mayor. A couple of logistics you all see, and some of this may be different than meetings past when you've been on a screen and you have a camera in front of you. We have lots of cameras around the room. Always important to be mindful of that. You also have microphones in front of you. I believe they are all hot. So also important to be mindful of that. The first thing I always check when I get a lavalier is to know where the mute button is, so I remember where that's at, especially when I walk out to adjust my fluid levels. So just be mindful of that. During our day today, you have copies of the agenda in your notebook. We will spend time having some group conversations. You will see some presentations from staff. As always, I promise we will take breaks. And we will certainly have a wonderful lunch break as well, too. And as the mayor said, an exciting opportunity later at the end of today to tour, to get out. It's a beautiful day, and it's a great opportunity to see some of those things that you can't see behind a screen. So as you begin to think about the future, and where you want to take this community over the coming years, I think it's really important to take a half step back and really reflect on what these 2 years have been. And so what I have left for you in front of each of you is a booklet, and the booklet is Processing the Pandemic. And while the pandemic has been a struggle, I think that's an understatement, it's been a struggle on so many different levels. These past 2 years have been a challenging time in this community. And I think it's important to reflect on the challenges that you all have experienced over these 2 years. And there's a natural tendency as we begin to emerge from these 2 years to try and hurry up and go back to the way things were. We have muscle memory that pulls us back to what we used to do in the past. And before we hurry up and go back to the way things were, I think it's important to look at and really reflect on what was learned in these last 2 years that you want to maintain. What worked well? What worked differently that you want to build on? And so there's a couple of questions I want to ask you to reflect on and have some conversation about when it comes to your experience, particularly as a governing body over these last 2 years. And so when you think about these past 2 years, what grade would you give yourselves? What grade would you give the city? How did the city respond in the pandemic? And when you think about these last 2 years, what were some of the barriers that you believe were broken down as a result of being in an unprecedented time? Thoughts about that? What do you think went particularly well? What are you proud of the city did in these last 2 years?
I'll start. Oh, I have to use this. I've been talking up like this? Okay. I know, it just seems awkward. I wish I didn't volunteer first now. Every time I meet with folks, the biggest topic I think is housing. And I like to say, I don't think anybody has solved the affordable housing issue, but I'm certain we're not going to find the solution doing things the exact same way that got us into the mess that we're in. And so I'm really proud of the work we've done on zoning reform, like accessory dwelling units, duplexes, small apartment complexes, the cottage courts. And we still have work to do, and I know we've got some more stuff coming to us, but I think it'll take a little while for the policy changes to take effect, but I think we're on the right track. And that's some big lifting, and we were able to do it and build consensus on it without really meeting in person and seeing each other. And so I'm really proud of that.
That was despite the pandemic.
Yeah.
Stormy.
Can you hear me?
Not really.
No.
It's weird. You really have to get through it.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
I feel
You are
a-
going to want to go
I feel
back
like
to
a band
virtual,
singer
I
now,
know,
leaning
after
into
all
my
this.
Grab it,
You do, yeah.
I think we transitioned well in a number of areas. We hired a new city manager who had to hire a new police chief, a new fire chief, and deal with, providing services to the community. So I just think we did a great job, or really the staff did a great job of transitioning and handling the needs of the city very well during the pandemic.
So I'm going to add to that and build on that story. When I saw what staff did within 24 hours when things shut down, they set up these curbside pickup areas for restaurants. They transitioned the public realm. They really responded to the needs of our small business community, put forward $1 million and then raised another $600,000 in the community to aid our small businesses and provide grants. I think that was a big step forward. But you're right, Stormy, the staff responded, and they did so quickly. They adapted, and everything from the convention center to parking, water, eviction prevention, you name it, all had to be done differently. What?
Child care.
Yeah, childcare. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say, staff, the way they stepped up and adjusted. And really, I think we did a good job of recognizing where our deficiencies are and how we can overcome them. And coming out of COVID, things that we can do and do better. I think that's the part I kind of looked at as far as adjusting. When we talk about the housing, we went far, but how much farther can we go? The conversations we're having now with the county, talking about property taxes. How do we make sure that we step and help those that, the least, I always say those that need the most help, need the most assistance. It's one of those things. If I have a car and can get a place, then I'm good, but someone who doesn't have a car, they need public transportation. So the ways that we look at those ways to close gaps, that's what I found that was really exposed under COVID. So what I'm really looking for is how we come out of COVID and closing those gaps, or doing what we can. Like some things, I was in a meeting last night and we were talking about housing. We may never solve housing problems, but the goal is to keep fighting to try to solve the housing problems. And I think that's where staff has done a great job across the board in trying to close gaps.
On that point about gaps, were there other things that you learned about the community in these last 2 years? How have the community's needs changed?
Well, for me, people do step up and help their neighbor. I'm not gonna say I learned that, I kind of knew it, but I think it opened the eyes of others to really see parts of their community aren't as equal as others. So I think just that sense of community is starting to reappear. And I think that's something that as we continue to grow and think of big ideas, we have to think of big ideas as a sense of community and how we move forward.
Yeah, and I'll also add, I think that what we saw over the past 2 years is how we interact with our built space has changed. And we had to adapt quickly to provide, outdoor spaces and different use of the right-of-way in the public realm. And I think folks have become accustomed to it, and we realized that there's, better use of our public right-of-ways than just parking for cars. And something we've been working on a lot is making some of those sort of emergency, temporary spaces permanent now, like the outdoor dining and the pedlets and parklets and streeteries and scooter parking. And so I think the built environment of the city will look substantially different as a result of community needs over the past 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, their expectations have changed now too. Yeah. Others?
I'll just say,
You have to sing.
no, I'm not.
You really have to, they can't hear you.
And you and I talked about this. I think it forced us to think about, the world was already moving towards a virtual sort of reality anyway. And so this sort of forced us in that direction, and, bring up communications, basically. And, you talked about at the beginning of how to rethink about how we communicate, and publicly communicate, interpersonally, one-on-one communication. And so it forced us to think about doing things differently and more options, at least, to put out there. And I think that's something that, and some of that's good and some of that's bad. But it forced the issue upon us, and I think we're still trying to figure out what we liked from that, being able to wear our sandals for meetings, but then the things we didn't like, and I think part of that, it brought up divisions more and isolation that caused those things, and separation. And so, everybody talks about this sort of hybrid model of public interaction going forward. It's going to be interesting to see how that goes, but it brought things to the table in a faster, quicker way at a lot of levels and in a lot of ways that forced us to deal with, and we're still going to be dealing with for the years to come.
So I keep being transported back 2 years ago, right, like almost to the day.
Yesterday was the anniversary, first case.
I'm not calling it an anniversary. I refuse. Anniversaries are to be celebrated. Yeah. And being really proud of this body, of this organization, and how quickly we kind of embrace the challenges ahead of us. And a lot of that's already been talked about, so I don't want to kind of just restate it. But a couple of the things that weren't talked about, Mayor, was really under your leadership. I know I was struggling with, especially as a working parent, wanting to just be like, no, we shouldn't have a city council meeting right now. Like, we're all just trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And you were like, no, we have to have a council meeting. We have to show folks that, like, the city, like, our business will continue. And that was such an important moment for us to be consistent and to be there for our people. The other thing that's springing to mind is, in addition to all the business support we quickly pivoted to, was the nonprofit support we quickly pivoted to in raising funds for those organizations that were quickly doing social services. And so for me, that really runs that thread of, like, we pivoted, I know that's the word, but like we did. We embraced community, we embraced the challenge, and we continued to be a constant through insanity, right? Like, whether it was COVID or the protest in 2020, we were a constant. We were there, and we kept showing up, and we kept doing the work, and that's the organization, it's this body, but I'm really proud of that piece of it.
I want to add something to that, because you brought up the social justice issues, which is something we haven't really talked about yet. I think, governing in COVID, you can look at data and make decisions. Governing in protest with social justice rising, that was very emotional. And making decisions with emotion is very different than making decisions based on data. And so that made that more challenging. But when I think of the work that we've done since then, and in response to that, we're going to talk about that later today or tomorrow with Courageous Conversations, the work we did with Shaw University, what came back from the community, almost a 10-point plan, if you will. Many of those things we're going to hear we are working on already, which is great. But also our hiring of a new DEI officer, just the whole equity lens, we're now looking at things in a different way. And I think that we have responded really well in that regard. And so there's always going to be work to do there. But the work we did too with the county, preventing evictions, helping people stay in their homes, helping them pay their bills, utility bills, that took a lot, and that was also a pivot, as you'd say, Nicole, but it's, a lot of really good work was done and really important work. And I think that when we look back on this 10 years from now, it's probably the turning point.
How have these 2 years and your experiences changed how you choose to govern? Does it? Do you look at your role differently now?
I have Jonathan, I have you. I'll go first this time. For me, I was already kind of outspoken, so I think it allowed me to, sit back and listen, but still speak to groups and speak to people, make connections. I think out of the conflict, I always say you never get a solution when everything's great. You find solutions when there's conflict and when there's turmoil. And out of that, I think we've been able to have those it forced difficult conversations that we probably should have had many years ago. So I think for me, it's able to be comfortable in that space. It's almost being comfortable being uncomfortable. Because I've always had to be comfortable being uncomfortable. Oftentimes been the only African American male in the room. So I think it allowed others the freedom to really have conversations with me as well. And just as we get out in the community, that exposure, no one can say, well, I don't know, or I didn't see anymore. So it pushed us to really try to find that middle ground. It's interesting because as those that have often come before us at council and say, well, you're not doing this or you're not doing that, I think sometimes we all can be like a horse in a race. Sometimes the only way you can get a horse to run straight is to put blinders on, but sometimes you just got to take them off. And you have to see all the work and everything that's taking place. And hopefully people see everything that's been happening in the world. We're only a small microcosm of the overall macrocosm of society.
Jonathan?
I was just going to say, many of us on this council, we were just elected at the end of 2019. This was my first time in public office. And we really got thrown into it, I know.
Great timing.
We were only there for a couple months when really the world changed in so many ways. And so I look back on that now, that time, and I feel like a different person. Like it really changed everything for everyone. But for me as someone on council, I feel like we were just part of the whole. I think everything literally burned down and we rebuilt. And so like being part of that process, finding my voice, finding new ways to listen, to interact with others, like all of it feels different. It was, in a joking way, like one of my law partners was like, man, you're not just talking about scooters anymore. And like that's true. We all ran on, when we look back on it, like certain issues, and then we got dealt like global systemic problems. And we were still able to address a lot of the policy issues that many of us campaigned on while also addressing these massive issues that came to a head right after we got elected. And so I look back on it and it almost feels like it's a different time. Like it doesn't even feel like me. It's like a weird, think back to December 2019, it feels like another world.
I think that's a really good point. David, Jonathan, Patrick, Stormy.
Well, Stormy wasn't on at the time.
Yeah, but
Thrown in midstream.
yeah, she was crazy enough to apply for this.
She jumped in during.
She parachuted in.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah. But when you think about that, and even just me as mayor, having been on council for 10 years, but still 2 years off and then coming back, and that's the hand you're dealt. And it's not just that, it's also the way the public has responded during this. There's a lot more hostility. There's a lot more anger. You have to have a thick spine. Some of this is really hurtful, the things people will say to you. It's not fun. And I think one of the things that really helped me was I was in the Harvard-Bloomberg cohort with other mayors, 39 other mayors, and we all had an opportunity to talk on a monthly basis about the issues, hear from experts, but what that did for me was made me realize I wasn't alone, that this was happening around the country, around the world, and that brought some inner peace. But let's just face it, this has been really, really hard.
Stormy, go
Jump
ahead.
on top of, oh, sorry.
And what I will say, I think for me, having the opportunity to like see the real needs being exposed, because I think when we were in a, quote unquote normal or regular time, you may not necessarily pay as much attention to the struggles and plights of folks who, have a lot of challenges, be it, with, finances, mental health, all types of issues. But we see our homeless population very different now. We see folks who, maybe single parents, raising kids who have challenges as it relates to, connecting to, broadband, other infrastructure issues. And so I would just say for me personally, it's giving me a different perspective on folks who have different challenges that, we may not be experiencing ourselves personally, but we have a responsibility to, segments of our population who don't necessarily have a voice and have as much access to us. And so I think that was kind of highlighted during the pandemic.
David.
So I think governing changes you anyway. Back to Jonathan's point, like going from campaigning to governing is a huge mind shift. And so having 4 of y'all come on, right? Like, and then the pandemic hit. I can't even think of an analogy of like how much campaigning to governing changes you, and then throw in a pandemic and social unrest, right? Like, there's just nothing like it. So like the amount of change we've all been through is huge. And then the other piece is we had to, going back over here, like we had to be so responsive. Like some of it was reactive, but some of it was responsive to everything while we continued to do the work of the city, right? Like while we continued to have services go on, but also think about climate change and housing and transportation, like all of that stuff was happening, but it felt a little more ad hoc or responsive instead of clued into our strategic plan. And so that's something I'm really looking forward to getting back to as we kind of come out of the backside of COVID. My fingers are crossed. Is how do we govern?
Yeah, watch what you say.
Yeah, with a 4,000 staffed organization through our strategic plan, and really giving that a good look over today.
Do I just jump in?
You gotta use that mic. I can't.
Act like you're in a boy band.
The whole table's gonna flip.
It's our technologically challenged council member now speaking.
It's just a microphone, I think. So sort of piggybacking on what everybody else said and was mentioned earlier is that, one of the main reasons I ran was to help us think about ourselves as a big city, and to think about ourselves as a big city. I think the work, and I think the pandemic really showed how important the work that we do is. And when I say we, I mean all of us, but mainly the staff on a day-to-day basis, but also the residents of the community, because we're a lot of people. We represent a lot of people. Just as the mayor said, data-wise, our districts are bigger than state house districts. The at-large and the mayor represents a lot more people than, than a state house member, state senate member. And I think about this because I've been thinking about how I want to talk to our state legislators today about how important the work that we do is at this level, and it's really more important than the work that they do. It's really more important than the work that Congress does.
Hey, David,
There's a hot mic here,
David, so let me just clarify
But I
something.
think I'm
The
willing- I'm
legislators
willing
will
to
be
say
talking,
that.
we'll be
I'm willing to-
listening.
I know it's loud.
Thank you.
I'm willing to say that, but so, and I think it's a conversation where in representing all these people in this community, it's really, as a whole, right? You try to represent each one individually, but it's really this community is very important. And it's, I think the how communities responded were different, right? And that has to do a lot with the leadership and the staff of those communities. But I think it really brought that home to me, that it truly is important. And we need to think of ourselves like that and be willing to step out there and talk to those folks like that, and give us the reins to be able to do these things that are so important in terms of housing, equity, all of these things, gun violence that we're going to talk about. We need to be able to respond to those issues, and I think that's something that we need to be looking forward to see how we can do better at that, interacting with our partners on the state and federal level. Thanks. I mean, I could have to go
Just make sure your mic's off.
What'd you say?
I was joking. I said, we'll just make sure your mic's off.
So one thing that strikes me as I listen to you all talk about those things that you're proud of and how these last 2 years have changed you, I would submit that these would not be things, you would not have made this list of things that you were proud of had you not had the strong foundation of working together that you had going into the pandemic. And I say that to you as a reminder for, again, the muscle memory. I'm thinking of a rubber band, that we may have had habits 2 years ago that we automatically are trying to get back to. And there may be things that now, in a post-pandemic, fingers crossed, environment, that you all need to do differently, that you need to work together differently to really begin to get at what are some very big city problems and challenges. And so, in some ways, the old way of doing things may not get you where you need to go. And as you think bold and big about this future, don't retrench back to how you were in December of 2019. Think about how you are today in March. Is it March? Yeah, it is March. March of 2022, and how your thinking has changed and evolved about the really important needs of this community that are different. The needs today are very different than they were 2 years ago. You've grown, things are more complicated, in some ways a little more sophisticated. And so how do you want to work together, and how do you keep pushing each other to work together, to think big, to think innovative, to really be innovative to deal with some of these important challenges here? None of you can do that alone. If nothing else, you all talked about consistency and collaboration and teamwork. So you all know that no one in this room can make all this happen by themselves. I've said this before to many of you. Your most important constituents are the ones sitting with you at the table, because they are the people that you need to work with to affect change, to affect this positive change. So continuing to focus on those relationships to help better serve this community and really address these important opportunities that you have to continue to make this an even greater place that is responsive to the needs of this community. Any other thoughts or reflections on these 2 years that you haven't had an opportunity to share? So I'm going to challenge you today and tomorrow to hold on to those notions of what you are proud of and how you have changed as an elected official, how you've changed as a governing body, and how you continue to think big and think innovatively and strategically to make sure that you continue to address the needs of the community. And so with that, we're going to transition now to talk about your new Office of Strategy and Innovation. I hope I said that right. Yes, I did. I got that. I wasn't sure it was Innovation Strategy. It's Strategy and Innovation, and I am going to invite Heather and Stephanie to come up now and talk with you.
Some of the things that we're going to cover, thank you, are the amazing things that are already going on in our city. So Michelle talked to you about think big, think bold, that we can't go back to the past. So what are we going to do in the future? We are something that is pretty new. We are the Office of Strategy and Innovation. We are 2.5 months old. We here are this wonderful team of 3. We will become 4 as we hire 2 more people. And you may think, how is a team of 5 going to have innovation and strategy amongst this ginormous city? Well, fortunately, it's not just us. As you have been talking about, we are already doing amazing things as a council, as the team of the city of Raleigh here. And you identified some of those projects. And so we are here to catalyze and celebrate, to really foster those stories, but help be that resource to, as Michelle said, continue this discussion to think big and think bold. So let's play with some paper clips. All right, so you have a little box of paper clips on your desk, and you may not have noticed them. Maybe you did. Maybe you thought, oh, cool, I have a box of paper clips. Great. But Michelle walked you through some of these discussion points for us to think about what we have been doing in this last 2 years of very challenging times. We're going to take you on a little journey, and we're going to tap into your left brain and right brain so we can continue this dialogue of thinking big and thinking bold. So go ahead, pick up your box of paper clips. Kind of get used to it, right? You can open, yes, you can shake it. Yeah, you can shake it. It may make sound. There are things inside of it. Some of you have a little bit extra space. You can actually even throw them out on your desk if you would like.
Already started, yeah.
Yeah, so some people say, yes, release the paper clips. Let's spread them out and see what happens. And some say, no, I'd just like to keep them in here. They're right here. I know where they are safe. All right, so what we're doing right now is we're tapping to the left and the right. We're allowing the different senses. All right, so you may have thought that that was a box of paper clips. Let's see what else it can be. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes, and I want you to come up with as many uses for a paper clip as you can. All right, so we will get the timer going. No pressure for you or anything. You can do whatever you want, either whether this means write it down or build it. It is up to you. How many things or how many uses can you come up with for a paperclip? All right. Are we ready? Go. Some are very busy writing, some are building. Oh, some are cooperating. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, some are building things with these paper clips. I see it. All right. The ideas are coming out. All right, still a little bit of time left.
I've actually done that.
All right, good. You have a little over a minute left, a little over a minute to keep creating. Keep creating.
I don't know what she's saying over there, but she is cracking up Marshall.
All right, and some are having a lot of fun during this process. Too much fun. I don't know if we can ever have too much fun when we are creating. All right, we have new accessories. Wonderful. All right. And we have just a little bit more time left. All right. We have about 30-ish more seconds left. All right, I see lots of lists, lots of things being built. Oh, yep. Okay, and we're testing things out. All right, so we are actually going through the iteration process and testing phase during this process as well.
Oh, would this be like this, Nicole?
All right.
If I could put it
All right.
around me.
Excellent. All right, and all right, let's see. Okay, let's see what we have here. Thank you. Okay, so we'll just get some volunteers. You can just shout it out. You can shout since we don't like leaning into our microphones. But what did we come up with? What are some of the interesting things that we have?
Barrette for my hair.
All right, so we have some new hair accessories. All right, we've got 2 hair accessories going on here. What else do we have?
Jewelry?
Jewelry.
I jokingly told Nicole that I was gay, so I was accessorizing. So
Yeah, okay, there we go. So we have lots of different forms of jewelry that are going on here. What else do we have? Ooh, okay. There we go. Okay. Gail has come up with a new way to attach your face mask to your sunglasses so that you don't lose it. All right, excellent. What else do we have?
I just took it back. I don't know. As a kid, called them grasshoppers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, using it, take us back to the past. Remember those fond memories that we have. What else do we have? We have a list here, so what good ideas do we have?
Well, the way you use it, a conversation starter.
Okay, excellent. A conversation starter, absolutely. Like this kind of is right now.
There you go. Clean. That's it.
All right, a toothpick or a way to clean out your ear. All right, interesting.
I had a flashback to the little Microsoft Clippy
Okay.
paperclip guy.
Oh, yes, Clippy. Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever happened to Clippy?
He was totally ineffective.
Oh, it was the little Microsoft Clippy graphic.
He
And
used
yes,
to pop up and
something
work.
happened
Yeah,
to Clippy.
yeah. Also, just like a straight up paperclip.
Yes,
to
just
paper.
like a straight up
You know,
paperclip.
That's what I did too, straight up paper
Straight
clip here,
up paperclip.
organizer.
Yes, an organizer.
I fidget a lot, so like
Yeah.
with paper clips, I usually just play with them.
Okay, so something to just keep that movement going.
Yeah.
Yes.
Trying to be creative. You said a box of paper clips, so using the box for something.
Okay.
Maybe a roach trap?
Well, there we go. There we go. That's good because again, the usage
Yeah, you
of the
put it upside down
tools
and you-
around you, right? That's absolutely part of that process. It's absolutely part of
We
it.
do. Yeah, we do.
Good. Any others we want to share?
Yeah,
Jewelry bracelet.
roach clip.
Jewelry, bracelet.
it's
Yeah, this interesting thing. So some of you did make a bracelet, and actually, but if you look at the paperclip, I think they're interesting because they link together.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? Paper clips are very interesting. So yes, they could be that very simplistic. It's a piece of metal is what it is, right?
Yeah.
It's a piece of metal, but when we create and we think bold and big, it's many purposes. So it could be something,
Yes,
and what was it? Oh, a Christmas ornament. Oh, absolutely, absolutely,
do that every year.
absolutely.
Saves me sometimes.
Art, exactly. So we can think of it as a tool for us, but we can also think about what it does for us. So maybe it connects us to other people, other departments, other things around the city. Maybe it provides opportunities for us. So maybe that paper clip on that piece of paper is your job application. So maybe this paperclip is actually your path forward in your development, right? So we can think of it as a tool, as a resource, as a connector to people, or we can also think of it as how it catalyzes who we are as people and who we are as a city, right? So I encourage all of you, we're about to showcase some of the amazing things that have been going on with our strategic plan. Stephanie Olson is here. And many of you know her and have had a chance to work with her. She is leading our strategic plan and can be that person who knows all the initiatives and has been working with the teams. But our new office, again, only 2.5 months old, we've been very busy. We've been listening to the reports We've been hearing what these departments, by collaborating, by connecting, by trying to build, putting things in different shapes, what they have been coming up with. And we have been, wow, very impressed with what they do. And our job as this new office, again, only 3 of us, soon to be 5, but again, we have this resource of all of these boxes of paper clips in the departments and our innovation ecosystem. So we're here to storytell, we're here to showcase and catalyze the work that's already being done, and we're here to be that resource for them to help foster those connections. Maybe, and also those resources. Maybe as a city, we have the Impact Partner Grant. So maybe we help foster that innovation through that. Or maybe our departments would like some assistance. So we go out to our innovation ecosystem and bring them in and let them play around with staples or paper clips for a while and see what they come up with. So Stephanie's going to showcase some of the amazing projects that have been going on with the strategic plan. But we want this to be a presentation with you, not at you. So you notice you have wow, and you have your what-if stickies. So we encourage you, as you go along, take these. Things that you think are wow, tell us why. What comes to mind when you think of this amazing work that's being done? And then also think about what if? Like, what else could we be doing? Because that's what we are already doing here. We already have this wonderful foundation for innovation. And our new office, we have the pleasure of helping to catalyze it. And we'll start you off with a really wow story. Okay, so this is Tierney, and she's the director at the Peachtree Center. What do you think you do if your center, which is holding English lessons, so people are able to physically come to your center, is damaged? So people can no longer come to that center, and they're relying on you for English language lessons. What do you think are your options? Because this is also during COVID, so what do you think our options are? Okay, let's go virtual. But some of these people don't have computers. Okay, so that is not going to allow everybody to still continue with this service. Yes? Ooh, so we could go to them. We could absolutely go to them. But your director does not have a license. Does not have a license. What do we do then?
Reach out to someone in staff.
Yeah, see what other resources there are. So there are other centers around there.
Right.
Maybe we could send them to those other centers, but those other centers might be kind of far, right? People may not have cars themselves. So Tierney, we could just say, well, wait, we'll just shut it down for a couple months and we'll reopen, but not Tierney. Tierney said, I'm gonna go get a license to drive a bus because we need a big vehicle to take this group of people because we've been doing such a great job. We have a large community that's coming to us and relying on us. So she goes and says, I'm gonna take this on myself and do this. So she did. So this is Tierney in the bus, and they filled this bus. And so this bus was a vehicle for opportunity. This bus was a vehicle for community building. And this vehicle was also an opportunity to think about what if. So a person named Alice, who is the founder of 51 Labs, reached out to Tierney. She has been doing entrepreneurial training in Iraq for displaced persons. And she's one of our amazing transplants that just made her way to Raleigh. And she said, I'd like to volunteer. So she reached out to Tierney and she said, I would like to volunteer, maybe can I help, teach English? And Tierney said, wow, that's amazing, thank you. But what if? What if you helped me pilot some entrepreneurial training programs at our center? And so that's what they're gonna start to do at the end of the month. So these are some really nice stories of wow, but also what if? So Stephanie's gonna come up and present to us some of these ideas, and I would encourage you to think about what has been wow? What have we been doing that is spectacular? Are we connecting? Are we empowering? Are we catalyzing? And then what are some what if ideas we might have? And we'll come back and we'll share at the end.
Thank you, Heather. So again, my name is Stephanie. I am the Strategic Planning and Performance Manager for the city, and To Heather's point, I've been really amazed at the staff that we have moving your goals forward. I think they have thought outside the box, they've thought creatively, they've thought about partnerships. So I'm really hoping that you'll pick up on some of those themes as I go through just a handful of projects. You all have 94 initiatives in your strategic plan, so we won't touch on all of them. But we did just want to highlight a few that showcase these goals that you are working to advance as a community. So just as a reminder, you all adopted your strategic plan in October of 2020, so we've been working hard. We have a really robust system in Raleigh for actually going through and implementing your strategic plan. You do have 6 key focus areas that help organize your plan, and in case it's helpful for your reference, you do have a copy of your plan in your binders as well, so feel free to reference that. And I just want to highlight, Heather talked about just one staff member. We have over 250 staff that are working hard around the clock to help implement the initiatives in the strategic plan. So we actually have cross-departmental teams formed around every initiative. So there's 94 teams that are working and putting in a lot of hours and efforts to move these forward. And this is only the number of hours that we're aware of in terms of counting meetings, but we understand that there's a lot more effort that goes on outside of meetings as well. So just wanted to highlight how thankful we are for the creative staff that we have working to implement the plan. So one project that I want to talk about is our very first pilot of an artist in residence. And this project touches on actually a couple of strategic plan initiatives. I won't read them, but they tie into the public art plan, getting feedback from our community and implementing that feedback, and then also looking at opportunities along our high priority transit corridors. So this is Dare. She was hired as our first artist in residence, and she was paired up with our BRT project along New Bern Avenue corridor. So that's one of the first kind of projects that's being rolled out with this Wake BRT. And she was hired to work with the community to make sure that this BRT wasn't something that was happening to the community, but it was something that was happening with the community. And we were going out collecting stories and making sure that those stories are incorporated in the artwork along that corridor. So she, through her work, created a report that is available to the public online. And in that report, it talks about the types of art that the community is interested in seeing. It also talks about the history of the areas where that art is going to be in place, so that we're making sure that we're incorporating that history and telling that story as a part of the artwork. And something that's really exciting is that we're already moving forward with implementation. So we have 11 local artists that were hired to help start to build out that art across that corridor. So that project is continuing forward. And one thing that we love about this artist in residence is, like I said, we piloted it. We saw kind of what worked, what we could improve. And we really want to expand that in the future. So our office has already been in talks with our Office of Raleigh Arts and other departments looking for ways that we can expand this artist in residency opportunity across the city. And one of the projects, I'm not going to get too into the details because Taisha will be here with you all to kind of explain this, but we identified our Raleigh kind of City Hall on the Go project that will be implemented as an opportunity to partner with an artist in residence and get them thinking about how we can take that from kind of just a vehicle in and of itself and how we can expand the purpose of that vehicle and really get creative and work with the community around what that could be. So we're very excited about that project, and we'll be looking for other opportunities to have these artists in residence to kind of bolster our projects and take them to that next level. The next project that I want to highlight is Stroll in the Streets. So this is one that is advancing a couple of initiatives as well. One around Dorothea Dix Park in particular, and then another one around getting feedback from the community and again incorporating that into the projects that we are moving forward. So Stroll in the Streets was this opportunity that staff took to think about the possibilities, think about the what if, right? And so we are, in our plans, have a plan to connect Chavis and Dix Park. So we took a day to close down the streets to vehicles and allow walking, biking, set up different booths of information, set up opportunities to get feedback from the community around what they might see, what they might want in that area, and kind of imagine. Just think outside the box and imagine what the possibilities would be with that particular program. And so people were kind of experiencing that pilot, like I said, so that was really exciting that they were actually able to not just see it on paper, but actually walk it and think about it and see it in real life. And then just to mention, staff wanted to make sure that I shared that this is just the first of many ongoing efforts that are starting to ramp up around thinking about that area between Chavis and Dix and how we can really expand that and make that kind of this cultural corridor and tie everything in together so that it helps connect those two areas of our city. So this was an effort that took a lot of staff across many different departments. I know I'll forget someone, but I know Parks and Recreation, our planning and development team, the police department, emergency management and special events. There are many others that kind of chipped in to make this possible. Next, I'll briefly touch on curb space management. You all actually talked about the projects I was going to highlight, so that's exciting. But there are a couple of initiatives that this is advancing really around helping our small businesses and also thinking about new and creative ways to use curb space throughout the city. So there's two programs that I'll touch on. One is the Streeteries program. And this was something that staff recognized, during the pandemic, we rolled this out as a pilot. They might not have been the prettiest or the best, but we tried it and we learned from it. And now we're trying to move forward with making those more permanent options. And as staff was thinking through how to do that, they recognized that that was a very complex, expensive process that was prohibitive to some businesses. And so they sat down and thought through kind of what we could do as a city to help move those forward and support our businesses. So we have developed a program that you all graciously agreed to give some of the ARPA funding to help support these streeteries and support businesses in rolling those out. And actually, this ties into the Stroll in the Streets event that I just talked about. We put a prototype out on the street and allowed folks to comment on it, tell us what they liked, tell us what they didn't like, so that when we move this program forward, it's meeting the needs of the community. And then the other one that I want to talk about is the scooter parking. So I know Councilor Member Mountain mentioned this, but this was really a way that staff saw a problem and tried to come up with a really creative solution to pilot. And I want to highlight that this is a pilot, so this is just one area where we've rolled this out, and we're hoping to take lessons learned and kind of move that throughout the city. But this pilot is solving a problem that we saw with some accessibility on sidewalks, with scooters being left in the right-of-way. And we also identified that by putting scooter parking kind of in the sidewalk, that would be taking up really valuable space. And so staff worked with the scooter companies and worked on a pilot to actually use curb space that wasn't able to be used for other purposes. So if you think of kind of the space between an intersection and where the first parking spot is, there's not really a lot of good uses for that space for safety purposes. And so we were able to put the scooters in that section that you can kind of see it's chalk outlined right there, but tried to pilot different areas that we could use the curb space in a creative way that could not be used for other purposes. So again, just an example of thinking creatively, thinking outside the box, trying something, learning from it, and then hopefully taking those lessons learned and moving forward. Another project is what's called LiDAR mapping. So it's a very technical process, but I will keep it at a high level. And this is really working towards your stream restoration prioritization work that you are all trying to accomplish. So essentially, what's happening is there will be an airplane flying over Raleigh and collecting data on, it's called light detection and ranging data, and so it flies over and helps you understand the different elevations across the city. And this data will be compared to prior year data to understand how our streams are doing and where they are starting to deteriorate. They're taking this actually a step further, and they're partnering with, so our stormwater staff is leading this project, and they are partnering with the U.S. Geological Survey as well as NC State University to actually look at creative and new ways to use this data. So they're not only going to compare over time, but they are also trying to develop a method of predicting stream deterioration over time. And so what they're doing is they'll take that data and take their model that they're developing, and they're actually verifying it on the ground. And so staff from USGS as well as NC State University students are going around the community and actually doing the stream analysis on the ground to verify that the calculations that they're making are actually what's happening on the ground. And if they find that that is, then we can actually have this really cool new model for thinking ahead into the future and trying to get ahead of some of this stream destabilization. And the little dots that you see are actually where they've already been throughout the city doing these on-the-ground projects, and that will continue to expand. And something that I think is really important about this work is that on the previous slide, there was a bullet point that talked about how we currently do this work, and a lot of it is just us walking the stream banks and doing the analysis that way, or it's driven based on complaints from community members. And so as we all know, that's not necessarily the most equitable approach to prioritizing our work. And so this is going to give us an objective and data-driven way to prioritize where we're putting our resources around streams. This one you are all intimately familiar with, the ADU program. And so this is really, this project is touching on your initiative in Safe, Vibrant, Healthy Community around regulatory barriers to diverse housing types. There's a lot going on in ADU, so I'm only going to touch on a brief portion of this. But essentially, ADUs, thanks to you all, are now allowed to be built citywide. And as staff was working through that project, they realized that just allowing wasn't necessarily going to incentivize, right? So as they were doing some of their benchmarking, they looked at other communities to see what are the other things that people are doing that are actually getting these on the ground. And so one of those things is called the Fast Track program. And right now we are collecting proposals from designers to actually post their designs on a city website that will be kind of this one-stop shop for people who want to build ADUs but might not really understand what that involves. So this will be a really good tool for them to come to one spot, get to pick from different designs that have been vetted, and actually those designs will have some preliminary permitting already on them, so that takes out another kind of piece of the process. It's already done, it's already ready to go. Another thing that I want to highlight is that we are the first in this area to be doing this, so we're really thinking big and thinking forward, and so that's really exciting. And I think another thing that's important to highlight here is that some of the other kind of priorities that we have as a city are being incorporated into these projects. And so staff, as they evaluate the designs, are looking at affordability. They're looking at sustainability. They're looking at how they fit in with the current landscape of our city. They're looking to make sure that there's options in size. And then finally, they're looking at local and MWBE designers and kind of prioritizing those to make sure that we're being representative in the work that we're doing. And so eventually this will all end up in an online catalog. There will be a design resource guide, so that hopefully this will make the process a little bit simpler for people who are interested in exploring ADUs in their community.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to point out how far the city has come on ADUs from a functional ban to, yes, they're legal everywhere, and we're going to make it as easy as possible to get them on the ground. So thank you, everyone, for that.
I want to thank Charles Dilliard for his work on this. He, I know, has done a lot of research looking at Seattle, what they've done in other communities, and being proactive. And that's what we asked. Let's be proactive, let's be innovative, let's be creative, and that's what you see right there. Yeah. So I think it's also up to us as a council to encourage this and empower staff to do the types of things that we're seeing today.
Yeah.
And this is just a really wonderful example of that public-private partnership that can take place. So through your work, you have set the structure to allow these things to come in. Now, the departments, they're going out and meeting, there's this amazing teacher who created a company called Quorum, and he's already built 5 of these. He does this like on lunch hour or after school, right? So then there's Bill from Encola, who is a local company that does crowdsourcing. And he said, okay, why don't we try crowdsource as a model, right? So the first steps that you had allowed for are then allowing these other external partners to come in and keep adding more pieces to it.
I have a what if for later.
Awesome. So I just have 2 more to go through, and these are really examples of how we have been leaders in spaces and we've been recognized for the work that we're doing. And so that's something that our office really wants to focus on. Not that it's all about the awards, right? But we want to make sure that our staff know that they're working on really valuable projects. They're really big thinkers and they're leaders in some of these spaces. And so we're going to try to encourage more of this, applying for awards and things to make sure that we're getting recognized for that work, but also so that our ideas are getting out there and that other people can look to us as examples. And so one of these is the Cool Roadways Project. So we worked with the Global Cool Cities Alliance on cool pavement is kind of the non-technical term. But essentially, we're paving with materials that are more environmentally friendly, and they're also reducing the heat output. And so this is really good work that we've been doing as a community and kind of piloting, and we've seen a lot of positive results from this. And through that partnership, we've actually encouraged other pilots across the country. So we're really a leader in this space, and I think that's really cool that we are getting recognized for that. And we did receive a 2021 Clean Tech Innovation Award for that work. And then the last one is an award that we just found out that we got from Smart Cities Connect, and it's called the Smart 50 Award. And this one is in very, very early stages, but essentially we are trying to understand what our AI capabilities are. And so our IT department partnered with our Department of Transportation to leverage some of the traffic cameras in order to do some live vehicle counts. So it used to be that you would have to go out and kind of stand on the street and do a point-in-time count when you're trying to collect that information. And this, if we can, roll this out on a broader scale, will help us to be making more informed and data-driven decisions with live data rather than that kind of one-off point in time. And so this was something that we just found out that we received an award for. So with that, like I said, just a couple of projects that I want to highlight, but I do want to turn it back over to you. We did leave those sticky notes with the wow, the what if, and so I do want to make sure that we have time to go through and talk through what your wows were and what your what ifs were. So let's start with wows. What were some of the wows that you were inspired by in this presentation?
So I had 2. The first one was around the community engagement, City Hall on the go, because I think that's a great way for the people to meet, for us to meet people where they are. I think it's something we talked about probably when I first got on council. I know, Marianne, we've had that conversation about how can we go out in the community, and I know we keep pushing RTN to purchase a remote IT network so we can actually have meetings that don't have to be combined to the to City Hall. So I'm putting that back out there as an IT guy. So that's something else. And then my second one was, which I didn't know, the LiDAR mapping project. I think that is great. And that's one of those where hopefully our communications department can do around the city video and let people know about LiDAR, so that some of our nonprofits in this area and groups that are working around Stream, I'm sure they know, but I think having that video or that information out there would be helpful and it may bring in more partners to assist with this work as well. And you never know what new young person see it and be inspired to do more and do better. So those are my two wows.
Yeah, I love those. And just to let you know, the data from the LIDAR project will be publicly available. So this isn't, this is something that can be a resource to others. So yes, that's very exciting. And I also want to share just a fact that I learned from our stormwater department, because I think it's important as we think through how we make a change with streams. We have thousands of miles of streams, and over 75% of those are not on city-owned or operated property. So as we think through how we make change, it's going to take a lot of that private-public partnerships to do that. So that's just, I think, an important fact that stood out to me as we try to make a difference here.
I had a what if for one of the things that.
She asked for wows.
Oh, there's just the wows right now.
Can we just do wow and what if?
Yeah.
I'm messing with you.
Okay, I'll follow the rule. My what if for the mobile city hall too is like, what if we make sure that that vehicle, whatever it is energy efficient, either electric or, I guess compressed natural gas. So.
Yes, and that is on their radar, and they are working on that.
My what if on that is, what if we involve our digital connectors and youth council?
Yeah, that's a really good opportunity.
I think Marshall liked that. She's writing it down.
So again, it's a piece of metal with rubber tires and windows, but what else could it be? What else could it be useful for?
And it's interesting because I'm also thinking of what if from when we have so many different festivals and things out in the community,
Yep.
our community events, you now have a vehicle that staff can take that, now they don't have to take 10 million vehicles or their private cars where we can go and we can set up, or if we have a situation where, say, water bills or there's a water issue and people need information, we can take it and use it in an emergency standpoint. So it's not just informational, but if we need to set up somewhere on a certain part of town and don't want everyone coming downtown for whatever reason, we can do that and we can, again, meet people where they are.
Another what if on that really has to do with outreach. If we know we're going to be in a neighborhood, reaching out to people, door knocking, handing out flyers saying we are going to be here. This presents some real opportunities for our communications team, telling the story. Everything here does from a communication standpoint. And I look at the opportunity for storytelling. I think this would be huge.
Yeah. And my last what if on this, and since you mentioned communications, it hit me the other day because I think we do a great job internally in communicating in departments. I believe we can do better externally. And
That's
this
what I'm
may
talking
be
about.
an opportunity to where we create a external communication facing part, and then we have an internal facing. And I mean, it may be there, it's just that I see a lot of gaps externally from communicating.
Another thing, so we think about our office was like, okay, what if this became a steam bus, right? What if we put printers on this bus? We roll up in the bus and, hey, get the kids out, they can make a little 3D printer mask, and here's going to be your water bill, we can talk with you. But we also want to use it as an opportunity to gather big ideas from people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You can't just rely on certain kind of passive components. Let's go out to people and have these dialogues, get them excited about what we're doing, and then ask them what can we do better as well.
So I have a what if on the ADU program. What if we partnered with some of our nonprofits? And I'll throw this out there, Habitat, for instance. What if we partnered with Habitat and built some ADUs on Habitat properties? This would provide an income stream for residents who could probably use it. And but it's not just Habitat, it could be Passage Home or Casa our land trust, whatnot. But if we're the ones putting together this affordable ADU loan program, let's look at some of our communities of color that could benefit from this.
I mentioned Nicole just while on the paving, the resurfacing paving, you know, that is the kind of thing we need to be looking at in terms of climate change. You know, that goes towards the heat islands, heat mapping, those type of things. And you know, what if, you know, we use that for all surfaces? You know, sidewalks. Is there a way to do that on all surfaces that have to be maybe impervious? And so working with those together, how do we make more surfaces pervious as well during that? So that's a wow and what if.
I love that, thinking broader than just the streets themselves.
So with the solar, oh, sorry, go on.
Do we know the durability or lifespan of that?
I'm sure we do, I don't know, but I will follow up.
All right.
So I was just, my question related to the solar reflective index, does that also apply to parking areas? Does it work in parking areas or just roadways? Do we know?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
but I
so
will
my
follow
what
up.
if would be, if we look at places where people park, how could you use that? You know, we have charging stations right now, but how could we use that so when people's electric vehicles are parked, they're actually charging?
Yes,
I don't know if that's possible, but it is a what if.
yeah. That's what we need, these big what ifs, and then we'll figure out the possibility. Were you gonna say something?
Yes. So I love the LiDAR. I love that so much. And what I
Yeah.
especially love about it is allowing for objective and data-driven prioritization for stream restoration projects. And my what if is, can we use data-driven objective prioritization to do sidewalk projects as well? So my brains are like, there's the additive piece, but then there's the how do we replicate this in other programs? And so we've been really struggling with the sidewalk prioritization, and if we could do it in a more data-driven way, whether it's by using the LiDAR to determine where sidewalks end, or however, but to help us get to that data-driven decision-making instead of who has the loudest voice with most access to this council, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most definitely.
That's a great what if.
I think my last what if is the Chavis Stick Strollway. We definitely need to make that permanent. Like, that needs to happen.
Yes,
So
there's
we
work
just
towards
figured
that.
how we figured that out, yeah.
What if it's on South Street?
Is that what you want?
Yeah, because I think the focus has been Lenore.
Right.
So I said, what if it was South Street? Because the beauty is South Street. Guess what it goes directly in front of? The performing arts.
Yes, they've looked at that, and there are some challenges
I'm sure. Yeah.
with transit.
Part of can't is it actually doesn't really give us any information. It doesn't tell us, well, is it a can't because it's not important, is it can't because we have people power, or is it can't because we just don't have
Well, I want to see the money because this is ready to go. It could be awesome.
We would work on that, yeah.
Yeah. That's up to you, Marshall, that what if.
That's why I just said what if.
Yeah.
And the beauty of all of these things is you've seen the different pilots, right? This has been a wonderful part of these last 2 years. Instead of crawling in our little boxes and waiting for things to go back to the old, no one has been willing to do that. They've said, okay, let's bend things, let's put them in different shapes, let's see what that shape does, let's put this over here, let's try it over there, and let's see what happens. And we've been successfully testing out some new initiatives. Many will become permanent. Many could become located in other places or utilize
Excellent.
Ideas for a STIR program, which would start with residents. So if certain departments have a challenge that they're working on, they have to work in a startup for 6 to 12 months, after they collectively work on a project and see what they can come up with. But we are a very
I love it.
resource wealthy community. And these little linkages that we can make, they're just really endless, and they can go in all of these different directions. So hopefully it touched upon some things. Hopefully your mind is going like this right now, right? And it will keep going, and then Michelle will keep working with you on these next steps as you move forward. But the foundation is here, so our team is just really excited to keep that movement going forward. And you're guessing it, so let's just keep thinking of it.
And I hope that y'all will continue to do it's like tactical urbanism, where it's like the temporary pop-ups. We hear people come up all the time, community engagement. Like there's, I think, no better form of community engagement than letting the community interact with something that we're thinking about doing on a permanent basis. Like low cost, high impact pop-ups, that's how you get a lot of data. Like let people use it, tweak it, to make it permanent. And like if we can continue to do stuff like that, I think it would be incredible.
Absolutely. And so the beauty of this is it keeps building. So going back to Tierney, we got a chance to meet with her briefly, and at the end she said, "Oh, but I'm not done. I have more ideas." And we're like, so let's come back and keep going, keep thinking. And so she pilots that project at her center. How many other centers can we keep building? So again, we thank you, because many of the things that you've been doing have allowed some of these initiatives to grow here. So we really look forward to continuing this partnership.
Thank you.
Let's take a quick break so you all can adjust your fluid levels, and we'll come back. It is about 10:30, so about 15 minutes. That works? Okay, 10:45, we'll come back.
It's actually right there in between the two exit doors. There's one on the left, one on the right. Where that water fountain is.
I'm going to invite you all to take your seats, and we are going to go ahead and get started back up again. We're going to shift gears a little bit now, and I know it is that time of year again that seems to come up earlier and earlier every year, but it is time to talk a little bit about the budget, as well as give you a financial outlook as you continue to think through some of the additional priorities that you all want to consider today. So I'm going to turn it over to Mary and Allison.
Good morning. We are excited to be here. Wish we brought paper clips as well. We're not as exciting as that, but we can think of some creative things to do there. I did lean over to Brandon and say that it makes a great button, as from experience. So if you ever need a button, a paper clip will work as well. So today, Allison and I, we're going to go through an update on where we are current year. You'll notice in your agenda packet in your notebook, the Q2 report is in there that we've been providing. So there's a lot of information in there. So if you have any questions about that, let us know. We'll go through like a high-level review of that. We'll also talk a little bit about our current capital improvement program, so some of the projects that we've got there. And then Allison will walk through the financing mechanisms associated with our capital programs, our capital reserve, our debt. And then I'll provide an update on where we are with the 23 budget. Hard to believe we're already there, but we are, and where we are currently and what that outlook looks like. So just to level set with those watching at home and those in the room, our citywide budget is approximately about $1 billion. We always like to say that. And as this chart indicates, it's kind of split between representing about 46% of that is our general operating, so what we think of in terms of our general fund. The other important distinction is that 31% of that is our enterprise funds. And so it's those funds that, generate their own revenues, and most of them are self-supporting. When we talk about our budget, what we really talk a lot about is what we call the general fund. And so that's really where Alice and I are going to focus today. And our fiscal year 22 adopted budget was approximately $544 million. And so as these graphs indicate, you can see our largest revenue sources that we'll talk about are our property tax and our sales tax, and those mainly support our general fund. And on the other side, you can see our general fund, the largest area of support in terms of expenditures is the areas of public safety, transportation, and debt service, so paying back the debt that we've issued associated with our capital program. And so that's just a kind of really high-level overview about our budget. And again, today we're really going to focus on that general fund and where we are there. So I'm going to turn it over to Allison, who's going to walk through our current year revenue outlook and where we are.
Thanks, Mary. So yeah, the property tax is our largest revenue source in the general fund, and the FY22 budget is $273 million. Year-to-date collections through January, we're exactly where we expected to be. We have met about 98.3% of our budget. The graph in the middle, what that shows is the assessed values here in Raleigh and Wake County. So Raleigh does make up about 40% of the county from an assessed value perspective. And in 22, we're just shy of $69 billion in assessed value. The growth from FY21 to 22 was about 1.5%. That is less than the county. The county grew at almost 2.7%. So I think we're all aware, obviously, of the current trend that we're seeing with the increase in land, commercial property, and housing here in the county. And just a reminder, those assessed values will be reappraised January 1st of 2024, and that's for the FY25 budget. So we are still a ways away from seeing that come through in assessed values. I know there was an article recently in the Triangle Business Journal specifically talking about what others outside of Raleigh are seeing, specifically with commercial property, just as we've seen a lot of changes with the way people work, the way people shop. And so far, you know, I think our commercial property, as I talk to the Wake County Property Tax Office, is holding very strong. But in other sectors of the United States, those values have seen declines. So that's certainly something we're going to continue to watch. Sales tax is the second largest, and this has been the one that has been the hardest to predict. So the chart there shows the budget in blue, the actuals for the last several years in that green color, and then where we're predicting FY22 to land is that light blue color. So you can see back in 19 and 20, we were really good at predicting where we expected sales tax to be. And then COVID happened, as we were talking about earlier, the pandemic, and that has really changed the way people are out and about. The state has started to collect from the retail perspective when we shop online. So those factors really led to 21 results being much, much higher than budget. And that is exactly where we think 22 is going to land as well. So we do believe at this point that we believe that sales tax will exceed budget anywhere from $10 to $15 million, so quite a bit. Now I say that to say, yes, Mayor.
Furniture, they're spending money on cars, they're spending money on jewelry, they're spending money on things that they wouldn't have spent money on otherwise. How are we going to adjust for that going forward?
Yeah, that's a really, really great question, and I guess I would love to have a really, really great answer. I think that is a bit of the million-dollar question, just how consumer spending is going to change in the future. And to your point, some of the things that you just highlighted are very, very high-dollar purchases. Some of the things that we certainly want to watch for, which may address some of that, is what we are seeing. So up to now, retail sales, and this is across the nation, have more than doubled from last year. So a little bit to your point, continuously just being surprised with every month that comes through. However, there are some things that we want to watch, which is wage growth has not kept up with inflation. I think everyone's now seeing that. So that is, Mayor, a great question, and I think that is something that we're going to really want to watch in the future. Specifically, consumer confidence. So a lot of the federal stimulus programs that were put in place at the height of COVID have now ended. And so how is that going to impact people's disposable income to be able to go out and make those type of purchases and do the things that you just highlighted? Obviously, as well, with the world events that are happening over in the Ukraine with Russia. So all those things are really going to influence and something that we're going to have to watch. Yes.
A little bit. How do we, I was going to wait until the end, and I was going to wait till the end, but I think now's a good time to ask. With the idea of interest rates possibly going up, what impact could that have on either sales tax or any of the information you're presenting? How could that impact us?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, specifically on the interest rate side, that will impact our ability to borrow. That will make borrowing more expensive. As a AAA rated city, though, that will really save the day from an interest rate perspective. But specifically, as we talk about our debt portfolio, we are very conservative in our budgeting because interest rates are nothing any of us can predict. Certainly, I think we have seen that the feds do plan on raising interest rates as a way to try to curb inflation. So that is something that we will watch. How it will exactly play out is a great question, and I'm not sure that I would be able to stand before you and answer that. But we definitely, as we're working through the 23 budget, will remain conservative because we certainly don't want to try to guesstimate too much of what the future may hold because there's a lot of factors that will come into play. So our year-to-date collections are up about $5 million. So again, that's given us that reassurance of being in the position that we are today to predict that $10 to $15 million higher than budget. Development services, this is our largest user fee that's in the general fund. It is budgeted at $15.5 million. The graph there shows the budget, which is the red line, and the green line is the actuals. And you can see we took a little bit of a dip in FY20, again, predominantly associated with COVID, and that just has continued to rebound. You can see the green is just continuing to go up. We do expect that the user fees are going to exceed budget anywhere from $2 to $3 million. Our collections, as of December, we're already at about 62% of budget. Permitting remains very, very strong in the development space. So parks is clearly one of the areas and the user fees associated with parks programmatic activities that was definitely hit from COVID. So you can see the chart shows back to 19, 20, 21, and where we're predicting 22 to land. The green bar is the actuals, and you can see, I'm so sorry, I'm right in your way. You can see then for at least the 3 years prior, we have not been in a place that our parks user fees have met budget. We are anticipating this year, though, with the right sizing of the 22 budget, given the unknowns at the time with the pandemic, that we believe we were successful in right sizing that, and we do believe that parks will meet budget this year, which is $3.9 million.
Understanding, that's a very small part of the budget, though.
Very small.
I'm intrigued that you put that up there second in the user fees, but, okay. So it's not as big of a deal in the overall scheme, but it's just acknowledging that it is below budget.
Correct.
It's not a, sorry. Yes, in terms of overall revenues, and it isn't, but if you recall, and I'm going to mention it when we talk about the 23 budget, it's still not at what we call pre-pandemic levels. And that does influence our ability to spend, right? So anytime you reduce a revenue source, we have to reduce an expenditure along with it. And so when we saw parks revenues take that hit a few years ago, and we're slowly trying to build it back up. So while it is small, that's about a $3-4 million hit that we took prior to the pandemic. So in that regard, it's a bigger hit on the expenditure side, if that makes sense.
Concern is, if you can go back to the slide.
I don't know how to go back.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I wanted to go back, but I don't know how to go back.
We don't look back.
All right. Well, my concern is was the fiscal year 19.
Can we take the slide back? I don't know how to use.
Red triangle.
Thank you. Oh, there we
Okay.
go.
So my
9.
concern is looking at fiscal year 19. That's pre-pandemic, and
Yes.
it was below then. And I was wondering, maybe in some manager's update, if we could see 18 and 17 to see a trend, because if it was low pre-COVID, then post-COVID, there's something we need to figure out. Either is, and it may not just be fees, it just may be the number of organizations and events that actually use our facilities may actually be low.
It's a combination of a couple things. I can tell you about 19 in probably a couple years. We'll definitely get that information for you. We're off almost every year, and some of it is because of unplanned closures in park facilities. And if I remember back in 19, it was when we had one of our aquatic facilities that was closed. Was it Pool at that point? And so in the budget, the revenues hadn't totally reflected the reduction, for example, of that closure.
And I think Walnut Creek softball.
And yeah, and that was another one. And so we've gotten a little bit better about trying to estimate those closures and what they mean on parks revenue. Sometimes we get it right, but you also know how that can fluctuate as well in terms of users. But I know in 19 specifically, I think some of it was those two events that were not necessarily planned in terms of looking at user fees.
Okay.
So the last slide here I'm sorry, second to the last slide, then on general fund revenues. So This bucket that I just affectionately call other revenues, for lack of a better term, makes up about 22% of the budget. What I really wanted to highlight here is this will fall slightly short of budget, and that is predominantly because at the end of last year, when the state made their final budget appropriation, our Powell bill allocation was reduced by almost $3 million. You may recall that that was done as a balancing act back in 21 during COVID. We had predicted that that allocation would come back and be restored for the city, and it has not been to date. So that is a $2.9, almost $3 million reduction in the current year. And I know Mary will highlight it in a little bit, but we don't anticipate that to come back.
All of these come through state legislature?
The bulk, yes. The franchise motor vehicle, and then all other is just a combination of miscellaneous and interest. So yeah, a lot of that is directly from the state.
Not all of it? I mean, the Powell bill is not from through the state?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, Powell bill is, yes.
And then what's the all other? Where would that be not from through the state?
Those are varying miscellaneous revenues that we have. Some of it is through the state. Interest income is in there as well. I certainly could break that bucket out.
Through the state.
Through the state.
Some all other that include like ABC revenue or beer and wine tax, but it also would include things like interest income that's not from the state. But there is a large, sorry, I feel like I'm really loud anyway. There is also a large portion of there that is state or government shared, like I mentioned, beer and wine and that kind of thing. But it's a little mixture of both.
So just to really sum it up then, this chart really does take just all the general funds that we just talked about and really driven by sales tax. We are anticipating that our revenues will exceed the budget by somewhere north of $13 million. Again, the biggest piece is sales tax, and that will be one that we will absolutely be watching. Just as a reminder, we don't receive our sales tax information. It's actually on a 3-month delay. So we just received December's allocation. It's just the way the process works. So when I say that there's still a lot of variability, you know, there's still 6 months of data that we don't have our hands on yet for this current year. So shifting away from the general fund, I did want to just highlight 2 enterprise funds. So the convention center complex, we know this is one of the hardest hit sectors, the hospitality sector across the nation, obviously, and really world, associated with COVID. So I did just want to highlight that you can see the green bar line there is the revenues compared to the expenditures, which are the blue bars there. Prior to COVID, you could see that as an enterprise, the convention center had revenues that did exceed their expenditures. In 20 and 21, we did have to dip into fund balance about $5.5 million because the venue shuttered. Obviously, I know we're all aware of that. We are predicting that in 22, we will see a gain of about $3 million, but that gain is largely associated with a grant that was received by the convention center, the Shuttered Venues grant. So I do want to commend the convention center staff. They have actively worked to minimize expenditures and with the shuttering of the venue. So I did want to highlight that. The second chart then there would be the parking operations, probably behind the convention center. The parking operations and therefore the parking fund have been also hit very, very hard. You can see in 19 our revenue was just right on top of our expenditures. 20 did not yield the same result, again with the start of COVID. 21, with the help of a CARES allocation, we were able to just barely make revenues equal expenditures. And in this year, we are predicting that revenue revenues will not exceed expenditures in the parking fund by about $1 to $2 million. So again, this is an area that we will continue to look at. It is good that we are seeing more activity downtown, but we don't think it's going to rebound enough for revenues to exceed expenditures in the parking fund. And I'm not highlighting the other enterprises from a 22 perspective. All of them, as Mary alluded to, it is in your 2Q package that was included, but really all of them are performing where we expected to be, so we did not highlight them today.
Thanks. And then just to transition, we'll look at 22 expenditures in terms of where we're at. So just as a reminder, as part of the, and I don't know where to stand so you can see, sorry. So as part of the 22 budget process, I just wanted to remind you of some things that we did add to the 22 budget. So you can remember everything from the disparity study to our new offices, so the Office of Community Engagement, the Office of Strategy and Innovation, and then the elevation of the Office of Equity and Inclusion to a department, and some additional staffing there as well. Also, there was the creation of the Police Greenway Unit. There were 5 positions in fire, and so all of those have been included in the 22 budget. In terms of where we're at, I know it's hard to see that. You do have it in front of you, though, as well. We do anticipate are projected to utilize about 94% of our budget this year, which is pretty much in line with where we have been previously. You can see the chart on your right, the bar chart, the stacked, shows kind of the comparison of our different types of areas in terms of personnel and expenses. And you can see, for example, our personnel employee benefits are projecting a little higher for current year as compared to previous. And that's because of the reinstatement of the merits at our traditional time. So if you recall, during COVID, we actually issued merits in January. Last year, or this current year we're in, we went back to doing them in October. So that has had a small impact on our budget. Also, our projected expenses are higher than prior years, and some of that is due to our transfer to our capital, so there's some one-time there, but also the additional penny that was allocated to parks maintenance. In addition, as we're all aware, fuel is up. That does impact the city as well. It's an area that we're continuing to monitor. We do believe we'll have enough budget for the remainder of the year, but it is something, a specific area that we're looking at as those costs have been increasing. But that's also impacting that we're expending a little bit more than we have previously, but we are in line to finish the year at 94%. Yeah.
6% of a $500 and some billion dollar, let's say million dollar budget is actually a lot to me. What is that a standard budgeting construct that you want to have a little
it is
buffer, and then what does happen to that buffer? Where does that go into this?
Well, that buffer, it's not about I mean, the budget is important, but to Allison's point, it's more about the actuals of revenues versus expenditures. And as Allison presented, our revenues we are anticipating will exceed our expenditures this year. I think it's only about, what, 7-8 million at this point. And then all of that is what flows into the calculation of our 14% fund balance requirement. And then above and beyond that is what flows into our general capital reserve. So that number that we provide that allows you. But the budget authority is just there to allow us to spend up to that amount. But typically what we worry more about during the year is ensuring that we're in line with revenues, right? So when, for example, when COVID hit, that initial pandemic, I won't talk about the anniversary, but 2 years ago in March, that's why we implemented those like really quick, how can we hold some expenses, because we knew revenues were about to tank. And so, because for us, we had the budget authority to spend through the remainder of the year, but it was really about ensuring that we were matching the revenues on the other end. And 6% is about right. You know, I would actually get really concerned if it hit 97 or 98%, because that creates a little bit of angst in terms of our flexibility or where we're going. And, you know, some of that is through, you know, attrition and salary savings, and we see that, and we have those kinds of savings every year. It's also the way we budget, right? So we may budget a position at one amount because it's vacant, we'll hire it at a different amount. And so there's a variety of things that play into that. And so transitioning in terms of the CIP, I just want to highlight this. The fiscal year 22 CIP was about $329 million. And you can see our largest area is in the area of Raleigh water. And then right behind it is transportation. So just as a quick reminder, the 22 budget really did reflect what I believe City Council and the community's needs in terms of the priorities. We were able to identify and utilize some one-time funding to do some things in the 22 CIP, including some business assistance, keeping the facade grant and the building upfit grant going, but also some bicycle and pedestrian improvements, and so utilizing that one-time funding for those. And then affordable housing and homelessness, that was the first year of the allocation of the fiscal year 20 voter-approved housing bond, and so it was included in this CIP. In addition, you did approve as part of the budget the penny for parks maintenance, and so that was about $7.6 million of our CIP. And you can see up there a list of projects that included the renovations at Laurel Hills, the improvements at the Pope House, Pool and Park, some fire system replacement work there, some roofs and things like that. So really some much needed maintenance projects in our park system. In addition, we allocated for some one-time sources a little less than $1 million for greenway safety improvements, which was definitely a priority from City Council. But if you recall, it was also a priority in our community survey last year in terms of greenway safety. And so really that was included as part of our 22 CIP. Just as a reminder, now we have 3 dedicated funding streams in our CIP. But this one specifically included, in addition to the housing bond, we have the dedicated property tax allocation to our housing program, and last year it was $6.3 million. We also have our resurfacing, which was $6.3 million last year as well. And so those 3, including parks, will come back in the 24 CIP as well. So how do we fund the CIP? See, it's like a tag team. I'm going to turn it back over to Allison, who's going to talk about that.
There we go. Yes, thank you. So as Mary just posed a great question, so how do we fund the CIP? And so ultimately there are really 2 sources. The first would be pay-go cash, and the second is where we take debt out in order to finance the bigger projects. So I know I have presented these next 2 charts to you before, so I will just quickly cover them. But our general debt model is a model that spans out, over 25 years. We have a bond counsel and we have a financial advisor that works very, very closely with us on the sizing of debts, the type of instruments that we would take out in order to make sure that, we don't become too debt burdened as an entity. We are AAA rated by all 3 rating agencies on the general debt side as well as the Raleigh water side, which we won't be talking about today, but that is really important and helps, as we were discussing earlier, when we get into interest rates that are rising. The model is updated annually as we head into the CIP to really help identify what we might have in order to fund the new projects that will be added on to the CIP process. So I have talked before about what we reference as general debt capacity, and so as we head into the 23 budget, that number is around $60 million. So I do want to make sure that is not cash sitting somewhere. What that is a lookout over the next, again, 20-some years associated with the debt model, and we have revenues that would exceed our expenditures, which would allow us to essentially take a $60 million debt instrument out, and or use it in other ways. So I did want to talk about how do we create capacity. So we've talked a little bit already about our conservative budgeting. We do have a few instruments that are variable debt, and so we have been in historic low interest rates, so we have seen some savings associated with those. When we have slower cash flow, so not our projects don't always happen the way that we predict, and so when we don't need to take debt out in order to fund projects, we are still collecting that revenue. So slower spend, this is a lot more focused on cash flow than it is on base budgeting. And then we're always looking for refunding opportunities in working with our financial advisors to make sure that if there is an opportunity for us, much like you would on your home loan, if there's an opportunity for us to save for future debt service payments, we will do that as well. Factors which utilize capacity, so as I just spoke to, when we are looking now at the FY23, the new projects that will come in through the CIP process, that will utilize the capacity that I just spoke to. We can utilize the capacity for cost overruns. I know council just saw specifically on the transportation side that we do have some overruns in some of our projects. And then also a way that Raleigh has utilized this capacity in the past and would be open for the future is a future GEO bond. You can actually buy down, if you will, the tax increase associated with that bond through the use of capacity. And again, Raleigh has taken advantage of that in the past. And so I think this might address your question on an annual basis, and really that is only after we close out the year, so June 30th is our year end, we calculate what we call general capital reserves, and this is a formula, a prescribed formula given by the LGC, which is the Local Government Commission, and it is Raleigh's policy to look at the 14% that we were referencing. So you may recall the number that was presented in November was the 20.8 million. Council has taken 3 actions against the 20.8 million that I've listed there. So our remaining balance right now is a little over $8.6 million. That is at full council discretion to utilize should you desire.
Thank you. So now we'll move into the good news about where we are with the fiscal year 23 budget development. We're still early in the process. Just kind of remind you of the timeline. December is when we work with departments and kind of kick off the budget right for the holiday. Budgets were due back in February from departments, and so we're still working through reviewing and meeting with them to discuss their requests and their needs, working with the city manager for the next few months on priorities and where we want to go. And then the proposed budget is presented in May. And as a reminder, and we're all aware that by law, prior to July 1st, we must have an adopted balanced budget. So in terms of our 23 revenue assumptions, and I know this question was just asked about sales tax and what that looks like, there's a lot of uncertainty out there. We're still evaluating property taxes, and you'll see we have some estimates in here about what we're thinking about in 23, but there's still some unknown variables, especially around sales tax. Everything from consumer confidence to the war, to where we're going with inflation and how that's impacting it. And so we're really continuing to monitor that and try to figure out where do we want to land next year as we think about growth in our sales tax number. Because we have been exceeding our budget the last 2 years when we didn't think we would. But we also don't want to take too much advantage of that growth and be wrong because we lose consumer confidence or there's an impact because of inflation or things like that. So we're still trying to work and understand and read as much literature we can about what is going to happen in the future. In terms of PAL bill, Allison mentioned it, it's a little less than a $3 million reduction. We really thought that we would get that back in 22, and we didn't. And even though it has not been communicated to us that the state will give it back, that they're not going to give it in 23, we are going to budget like we're not going to get it. So that if we get it, it's like a bonus, which is great. But due to that loss this year, we are budgeting accordingly and reducing the PAL bill budget for 23 by almost $3 million. And we have seen some user fee improvements, and we talked about parks this year hitting their budget, and you definitely saw with development services. And so we are getting back to close to pre-pandemic levels, especially in the area of parks, we're seeing that. but we're not above those yet. We're still looking at that growth, but we're getting closer. In terms of the budget process, we start with our base budget. And so right now our base budget is about $544 million. And that's really coming off of the 22 budget. And so that's really our baseline of where we are. And then I'm going to talk about those mandated increases, those things that are automatically built into our base budget that really help us begin with where we start with. So we think about it. First is our elders. We have that high on the list. And I always like to mention this. As you recall, every year I've been presenting about our state retirement increases. The state mandated those about 3 years ago. Well, now it's more than 3 years ago, but in 2017, they had a progression of slow and steady increases. Fiscal year 22 was the last year of those scheduled increases based on the original communication with the state. We did find out earlier this year that they've added more increases. So we will be including an increase in our state retirement contribution for 23. It's a little less than it has been previously. It's only about 0.75%. But it is important to note that this great benefit of our employees, since the state started those increases back in 2017, that has impacted our budget by approximately $13 million. And so just that increase in state retirement contribution from the city, that's a $13 million increase that we have seen. Some other basic increases that are built into the 23 budget are health insurance. We're all aware of those. We talked about them at the work session. 22 and 23 merits. The 22 merits are on there because we only budget for part of the year, and so 23 will be the first full year of them. Also included are our proposed merits for 23. We have been operating on a vacancy credit since COVID days. That was one of our budget balancing strategies. The 23 budget is right now built without that vacancy credit, hoping to move to more normalized times, and so that has been taken out. Municipal elections, as they have been moved to next year. Debt service, there's always a general increase associated with that in our payments, so that is built into our base. And then as we begin to implement the housing bond, there are 2 positions that are included as part of that were planned when the bond was approved. And then we have general operational increases that we've needed to include, knowing where fuel is. We've already built some of that increase in there for next year, which also impacts our utilities. And so we've had to look at that as well. And so that is an estimated growth at this point of about $12.8 million for fiscal year 23 in just those basic identified areas. Then the other thing we look at are those policy decisions. You know, we're early in this process, but these are things right now that we know about, and I know there'll be other things that come along that will be identified that will work into the budget process as well. So as we presented at the work session the other week, there's the part-time and temporary study implementation. There's also the public safety sworn hiring range adjustments that we mentioned. And then there's also capital investments. And I put this on the policy decision every year as well. Prior to COVID, the general fund transferred approximately $12 million to our capital program. When COVID hit and we were looking at budget balancing strategies, we reduced that capital transfer. We've been unable to put it back in yet. And so when we talk about those policy decisions, we as an office continue to look at that. And what is our ability to slowly increase that contribution? Because that $12 million was important in areas like IT, transportation, do some additional projects there, and some of those smaller needs that we have as a community to, you know, building maintenance. And so we're really looking at how do we put that $12 million back into the budget. And then council's direction, you know, this retreat in terms of coming out of it, what are those priorities that you have, those areas you want to look at. And so some of that's not even built in here yet, and we'll continue to add that. But just from some of that initial, it's about anywhere from about $7 million to $20 million in expense growth. And so we'll continue to look at that and where we land there. So what do those numbers look like when we think about where are we in the budget right now? So I mentioned the base that we start with. We look at our projected revenue growth, which is anywhere right now from $5.5 million to $13.5 million. There is that swing there as we think about where we're going to end up with sales tax and property. And those are some of our biggest drivers there. And so we do some math there. So as of this moment, we have anywhere from a $7.5 million gap to a $19.5 million gap. That's a wide swing, I know. And the $7.5 million is not adding anything new. It is doing the base and the mandates. And that is a gap that, you know, we never like to see something like that, but through probably additional revenue sources and some other things, would somewhat not be as challenging to close. It's really when you start looking at a gap of $19.5 million that we will get very creative and begin to think outside of the box and how can we do more with less and bring those back to council as we move forward in the process. But this is just an overview of kind of where we are right at this moment. And these numbers will change as we work through the process. The other thing we like to show City Council at least once a year is our 5-year projection. So we use this in our office a lot, especially as we make budget decisions of what are those impacts over time. Because one of the main things that, you know, this has taught us is that our expenses are outpacing our revenues. We did pull out the tool from last year to see how close we were to this year, and we actually were pretty good. And so we continue to monitor this tool to see, you know, if we make a decision today, what is that impact for 2 to 3 years? But just as a reminder, it's just for planning purposes. So these are not necessarily, you know, formal numbers that will be adopted. It's also based on current assumptions, so where we are right now. And we all know that can change and will vary year to year. And then the other important thing to remember is that we, by law, will present a balanced budget every year. So we can't carry a deficit or anything like that. So some of the other things that are built in there is some mandated cost increases. So there is about a 2-3% growth in some of our key areas. I mentioned them already. Fuel and utilities are our biggest ones. The projection tool does not include any program expansion. So it is literally imagining that we're doing business as we're doing it right now. It does include our traditional merits and some health insurance increases, but it doesn't include any expansions or anything like that. And it doesn't include any property tax increases. And so what does it look like? And you can see it's red. Again, the further out you get, the bigger the number gets, but we will balance a budget every year, and so that number's a little skewed. But as you can see, that $7.5 million, which is about where we are with our current base budget as it stands, and thinking about the following years, it's really not the red that we monitor, it's the 2 lines underneath it. And so when you think about it, our average revenue growth over the next 5 years in terms of the projection tool is about $11.5 million. And some of that will change, right? If sales tax continues to do what it does and we don't see a reduction in spending, then that number is going to greatly change. But this is based on trying to be a little bit conservative, understanding that. We do see that personnel and benefits, which is probably one of our greatest expenses, grows year over year by about $12.5 million. And so that's where we see our greatest hit. And then interfund transfers are growing about $2 million, and a lot of that's due to our debt service payments and those pieces. And then, you know, our least expensive growth is actually in our operating, our M&O, and that's because I mentioned there's no program expansions or anything like that. And that's growing at about $1 million on average year over year in the model. Oh, I hit the button. So some of the next steps as we think about the budget process, and we had that first budget work session last week. We have 2 more coming up. The next one is scheduled for March 14th. That is our enterprise funds. So you'll hear from Raleigh Water, you'll hear from Stormwater, Solid Waste. We'll do an update on our parking, RCC, and transit funds. In April, on April 11th, we'll bring back our CIP program. We gave you an update on our transportation bonds. We'll bring that back as part of that update on the 11th. We also bring back our agency grant recommendations. We're in that process right now of working with the HRC and the arts on those grants for next year, and so they'll come back in April. And then our user fee guide, we'll bring that to you in terms of the update and any changes associated there. And then lastly, on April 11th, we'd like to bring the American Rescue Plan back to you in terms of where we are with some projects on next steps, some recommendations potentially for funding opportunities for 23 using ARPA, and some of the things that council has asked for. I'd also like to remind you that we've been working on items for council committees, and there are several that are ready. So if the chairs at some point would like to bring us in, we've been working in the areas of sustainability, so looking at EV infrastructure and solar panels. We also have some proposals in terms of stormwater, so looking at some specific areas of our community where we can impact, I know she's disproportionately areas. And then food disparities. So there's a couple programs or projects that we could do there. And the Pathway Center, and I know that was mentioned earlier, the Digital Connectors Program, but we've been looking at how we can expand services and provisions out there using ARPA funding. And so those are just some small examples of that. But we'll bring back a full update in April. But we are also available to go to council committees to begin to roll out some of those for consideration of council as well through this process. Some other, just as a reminder, we'll continue to work on current year, monitoring it and looking at where those changes are going, especially as they impact the development of the 23 budget. I mentioned the work sessions that we also will present a budget on May 17th. Seems so far away, but it's actually closer than we all realize. The public hearing for the 23 budget is scheduled for June 7th. And then council will meet weekly, if you recall, in June. Starting that first week until a budget is adopted. And those are Monday afternoons. And so Allison and I are here to answer any questions that you may have. And we don't have to, we're good.
Thanks. I'm ready. Thank you both. This is a lot. One of the questions that I had was actually not in this presentation, so if it needs to be kicked to later, just let me know. But I was reviewing some of the documents we got overnight, and a few of the line items that popped out at me was the CARES Act funding and how we haven't spent all those. I know we have plenty of years to do so, but we have this money to help community through CARES Act. Can we either get an update on that or a report or?
We can get an update on that. Some of that is through housing, and I think they actually, even on the last agenda, and I'll look at Evan as well, there was an item on there that you approved that reallocated some of that funding, but we'll get an update in a manager's update on Friday about where some of those programs are in terms of the CARES Act funding.
Fabulous, thank you.
So my question would be around the, if the federal government ever disperses any monies for building and materials, how would you go about evaluating that and implementing it to cover budget items?
It depends on how it's coming down from the federal government. So the transportation, the infrastructure bill, for recall, is not coming to the local governments. That's now a competitive process that we'd have to compete for those resources. So if another bill was established and brought money, you know, depending on what it is, much like ARPA, we would see what the federal guidelines say. Usually it provides some sort of criteria of areas where we would need to look at. And then we would do that and then work with city council and understanding where the gaps are in those areas and what that need would be.
I just wanted to flag one thing also. With transit, we've been operating fare-free since COVID. And I mean, it would be I hope we can continue that. I think we should. I know that collecting fares is a very small part of the transit budget anyway. You and I have discussed using some ARPA funding to sort of keep it fare-free for a period of time and then see if we can just absorb that into the budget permanently. And so, you know, I know councils every year get to set the budget priorities, but my preference would be to find a long-term strategy to permanent fare-free transit. And I know if the fare-free part is just one part of it, like we need frequency, we need amenities at stops, but the fare-free part is a big part of it as well. And I think it can help with things like frequency because we're not slowing down on our schedules trying to collect money, and it's giving a break to folks that really depend on transit. In my opinion, I don't think it should be an enterprise fund. I mean, I see it similar to the service that we provide in a certain way. So I would just like to flag for you, and this may just be me, that I would like to see it remain fare-free, at least in the 23 budget, and then finding perhaps maybe for a work session when it comes up, what strategies we'd have to make it a permanent change.
Mayor, before you answer that, I want to ask a question so it'll help you possibly answer that. When you're thinking fare-free, are you also considering in 2024 BRT being fare free as well, because the way that was projected,
Yes.
there was a cost. So, because that's something they're going to have to think about as well. So
Yeah.
are you thinking BRT would be fare free as well?
That is a conversation I've had with some folks who are interested in this topic, and I think it's a conversation that's worth having when we move forward. I think, some could argue BRT is a premium service. It looks different than our regular routes. I think I argue that it's probably not. I'm interested right now in taking an incremental approach to keep transit fare free for 23, and I want to have those long-term strategy discussions. What does that mean for BRT? What does that mean in future budgets? With the understanding that another council could be sitting here and have a different priorities. But so long as I'm sitting at the table, that's going to be a priority for me. And so that's a really good point in question, and I think that is part of the what's the plan for 23, what's the plan for 24, what's the strategy to get there? And so that's the discussion I think we need to be having.
I think what would also be helpful to know from a BRT standpoint is what would those fares be? What are the projections, whatnot? Because when we did the Wake County Transit Plan, the money is limited, and if you don't have enough money for one thing, you can't go to the next. And so it could actually end up impacting our ability to expand bus rapid transit.
Yeah, so we need to have that discussion. I know another point too is ridership and what effect the fare free has on ridership and ability to get grants and stuff for BRT. Because I know that one of the things they look at is projected ridership. So I think the immediate, like I said, we need to have an immediate plan for 23 and then a discussion on long-term strategy of fare free, what it looks like, what it applies to, et cetera.
And on March 14th, we'll give you the plan for 23. So the answer on that, I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna get in trouble, but I would anticipate at this moment, based on the availability of CARES Act funding and where we are, that 23 will remain fare free. I'm hiding from March.
Well,
But that can change by March 14th. But
No, you said it.
But I did say it.
But before you go to something else, let me just say, Councilmember Branch and I have been in a number of conversations with some folks who are operators, and so keeping it fare free may also require us looking at some safety initiatives and funding some of those going forward as well. So as you're thinking fare free, there are going to be some additional costs just based on the type of ridership that you're attracting with no payment. So that's something else to add to the conversation.
I'll just like to say, I second what Councilor Melton is the direction he wants to go in.
And so we, Deputy City Manager Tansy Haywood and I have been talking about how do we move this next notion forward, that this fare free isn't sustainable in its current model. Yeah. And so outside of the budget process, whether this summer when council gets back, we'll bring back what is the next step in transit, bring back that data and understand prior to next budget, so the 24 budget, I'm already ahead, what that looks like and how do we implement it, understanding the impact of BRT, because that is another layer to this as well.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, like I said, I think we need a short-term strategy and then long-term strategy, thinking holistically about these issues that are being raised. And so I think we can't have the discussion right when it's fiscal year 24. We have to start having it early. I think we need a roadmap. So that's what I would like to do.
All right. Yes.
I'm interested to continue the conversation on our debt capacity and how we can utilize that for what we know is coming down the pike in terms of infrastructure needs and growth. And so I'm very interested in having that discussion. And I think other councilors are as well as we move through the budget process.
Okay, and as part of the April 14th work session, I still got that date right, April 11th, whatever it was, the CIP discussion, that's when you'll see some of our recommendations in terms of understanding, because we use some of that debt capacity for things like fire stations, police substations, or things like that. And so you'll see from that point of view what our recommendation would be, at least on the initial piece of the CIP, in utilizing some of that debt capacity moving forward. And then that would be open for council to talk about what are the other needs that are out there as well.
I have one more question. We are just kind of like laying a frame here. We're a city, a very blue city, a council full of Democrats and unaffiliated. We talk a lot about what else are we going to do, what else are we going to add, where else are we going to go, how else are we going to make services free. There is a worthwhile question here of what are we cutting, How do we get rid of any waste? How do we see where there are inefficiencies? And I know staff's doing that all the time, but I just want to raise that kind of viewpoint of we add a lot all the time, and are we taking away as well?
We are. I mean, I don't have a, I will tell you some of the great work we did this year was we calculated how much of our budget rolls every year in a department, right? So a department has their budget and how much of it moves forward. And this year we challenged them slightly to think differently about that, because understanding that about 90% of our budget is trapped in what we call this base budget. And I showed that to you. And so how do you think differently about it? And one of the lenses we actually used this year was equity. And so we created an equity tool for departments to begin to go through their program catalog, which y'all will get in April, and look at their programs and services to ensure, to begin to ask those questions, right? Are we in the right area? Are we doing things what we should be doing? Is the data showing us that? And so that's a lot of the work that we're continuing to do. One of the things that we're hoping to do next year, runway's too short this year, is really beginning to understand some of those detailed line items, right? What do they include? What are the factors that involve in them? Are we spending them? Are we not spending them? Are we so to answer your point, continuing that work, understanding that a lot of our budget is built into that base.
For sure. Thank you.
I'm sorry? Yeah, fuel. Now, the good news is that, good or bad, because of our conservative budgetism, I'm not sure that's a word, we've always been budgeting fuel conservatively. But in times like this, that helps us. And so, you know, we do that evaluation every year about do you add to the fuel or don't add to the fuel and take the gamble. We did add to the fuel last year for 22, and I'm glad we did. Otherwise, we probably would be telling a different story today. And as we look at 23, and unless something drastically happens between now and then, I still think we have to look at that. Any other questions? Appreciate your time and attention today on this, and we'll see you at the work session on the 14th.
Cool, thank you.
Lunchtime, and I'm going to ask staff to just flag me down when lunch is here, and we can break. But I want to keep moving on while we wait for lunch. The next topic on your agenda is really is a continuation of, hopefully you see all of the conversations that you've had this morning about lessons learned over these last 2 years, how the community needs have changed, how you want to address those needs perhaps differently, more innovatively, more collaboratively, and now having a better sense, hopefully, as you get into the budget process, what some of the fiscal realities are that you are operating in. And so as we move into a conversation about priorities, I think you've begun to start talking a little bit about some things that are important to you all, like fare-free transit, even looking at efficiencies. Priorities to me aren't always just new things to add. We often think of them as new things to add, but they could be about doing things differently, things that you would like to see, as Mary and her staff talked about, coming to you over the course of the next month or two with some of those council priorities. And so now's an opportunity to hear a little bit from each of you about some of the things that are on your mind, so that staff can be prepared as they are working through the budget process. And so I will invite whoever on council is interested and willing to talk first about some of their priorities. That was part of your homework leading up till today, was to think about those things that are important to you, that you would like for your colleagues to consider as you go through this upcoming budget process, and you think about these next 12 months in particular. I said the upcoming year. I think in my head we're still in like November or December, but we're actually in February or March now. So what are some of those priorities that you may have? And I always invite the mayor to go first or last.
No, you go ahead. Well, I'll just continue to go first.
You started.
I had it written down, so I was like, well, I'll just go ahead. I didn't do this under a budget framework. I was thinking more policy, but I think some of them apply to the budget anyway. So the first thing I wrote down was implementing the Wake County Transit Plan, so continuing to focusing on the introducing frequency, shelters, BRT. The second thing I wrote was, I just wrote neighborhood retail, but y'all know this has been a priority that I've been trying to work on. We hear a lot about sprawl and traffic and car dependency, and in my opinion, the only way we're going to solve those issues, or one way we're going to work to solve those issues, is we have to put goods and services closer to people, so you don't have to have a car to get what you need. And so for new developments, that means focusing on mixed use and density. And for existing neighborhoods, we're going to have to find a way to introduce some small-scale neighborhood retail through farmers markets, through ACUs, and we're looking at how we can do, even the community markets and corner store initiative. And then the last thing I wrote is just land use. Like, we can't make more land, and we have to make better use of it. And this is something that I want to talk about with our legislators when they come too, but how we can work with the state on some state-owned property that we can use strategically. But the city-owned stuff as well. Like, I know we're working on our initiative to take land that the city owns that's been vacant or underutilized, and how do we leverage that for affordable housing and the type of communities we want to build. So like those are the three things that I would like to work on for the next however long I'm here. Hopefully 24 months.
Questions about that? Thoughts, questions, or comments about the things that Jonathan has shared? Others?
All right, I'll go. I think these two are intertwined, and it really has to do with housing affordability and choice and transit. And I think if you can incorporate the two, you not only deal with two of our biggest issues from infrastructure standpoint, but you also address issues of climate change and the environment. So tying those together and working to put more housing on highly used transit lines is, I think, should be a #1 priority. So I've tied those together. The second item is gun violence. And we are going to hear later from our chief and from Gerald Gibbons and Tony Cope about some of the initiatives that they would like to see us move forward on. And I'm sure that will have a budget impact. But I think that this is one of the gravest issues facing our city right now. And, everything from guns being stolen out of unlocked cars, which I can't even wrap my head around how somebody leaves a gun in a car and then people steal it. And it's beyond me. But education, intervention, like there's a lot of steps in that arena. We'll hear more on that, but I feel strongly that that needs to be one of our top priorities. And the third item is what we've been talking about since this morning, and that's innovation. New ways of doing things, new ways of thinking about things, creating new efficiencies in our systems, and also asking ourselves, okay, why are we doing this? And is this really, like, the answer can't be, well, that's the way we've always done it, because that's not going to get us very far. So one note I made was, why are we in the parking business? I'm just saying. And I think it's because that's the way we've always done it. If you look at other cities, cities are not in the parking business. And I'm wondering why we just continue to do what we do. So I want to challenge some of those things from an innovation perspective and look at how we can do things better. Heather, you got your work cut out for you.
I just wrote down, what if? It's your continuation of that theme. What if? Why not? Why?
kind of have a little more than just 3.
All right, let me get another piece of paper, Corey.
Yeah, well, I'm going to give them to you. I'll figure out how to write them down. The first one is looking at our city structure. Do we need to just, and I'm not going to say redesign, I'm going to say design it to meet the community needs. You know, I think we've done a lot. We've added innovation. We've added DEI. We've added community engagement. You know, if you just think about that, but just holistically looking at some of our other departments, or what do we need to add? I know we rely on the county for a lot of things under COVID. I appreciate the county. I love the county commissioners. I love the work the people of the county do, but are they meeting the needs of our citizens of Raleigh? Do we need to add something from a health component to Raleigh? You know, again, that's a way of rethinking how we operate.
Can you be a little more specific?
So a lot of times when we go and we have conversations with the county and we're talking about health resources, well, the county has to look at from all the way to Roseville to Holly Springs, you know, to Morrisville to Garner and every space in between. We're 40% of the county, and out of that, we're probably one of the biggest job generators outside the parts of RTP that are in Wake County. So what do we need to do to really help our citizenry, especially the underserved, a little bit more? You know, when we talk about homelessness, and even the meetings that we've attended with the group that talk about homeless and eviction, it's Raleigh and the county at those meetings. But homelessness does not know borders. So where are other municipalities in helping us address those issues? Because in the end, what's going to happen is we're going to have to carry the load while the other cities worry about, you know, what water line they're putting in. So just looking at that structure standpoint from our city, what do we need to go from there? 2, reinvest in the Pathway Center. I heard that mentioned earlier, but we really need to take this time now as we're coming out of COVID to really invest. If we don't invest in our young people, you know, we're still going to be hunting for city. I mean, 15 years from now, half of our city staff is going to be gone, if you really think about it, in 15 years. Because a lot of them now have 10, 12, 15 years, you know, of time with the city of Raleigh. So where are we building, you know, that new, you know, person to step in and, you know, and be our next director, you know, be our next, you know, community outreach person. So I think the Pathway Center is a great way to do that. On top of that Pathway Center, leaning over to just our young people and some of our adults, our jobs. How do we work with our economic development and building jobs, and not jobs that are all IT related or life science related? You know, some people, for whatever reason, they don't want to go into the technologies or the life science, but they still need to be able to raise their family.
So you mean workforce development?
Workforce development overall. You know, it's sad that, you know, I can throw a rock and hit Amazon because it's in another town, but we have a place, Eagle Crest, you know, over where Pepsi is, off of John Sausage Road, that is potential and prime for investment and redevelopment. And it's already zoned IH and IS. So, you know, there's not a lot of rezoning that takes place. And the last thing that I was looking at is utilizing community and business partnerships to address our concerns and challenges. As much as we talk, as we hear the budget, things are going, you know, increasing. We can't solve it all by ourselves. We're going to have to reach out to the business community. We're going to have to reach out to community partners to come up with solutions. So what do those partnerships look like? And that kind of goes back to, you know, the very first thing I mentioned, you know, redesigning, you know, designing our city structure. You know, I know we have plenty of city attorneys. Do we need to go a little deeper? I'm not saying as big as Charlotte, but do we need to increase so that we have the people that can make sure the paperwork is done? You know, do we need to look at, as a council, you know, we talk about our work and what we're doing. what support do we need? You know, think about it. You know, I love the mayor of Knightdale, so I can use this as an example. They have 12,000, roughly 13,000 residents in all of Knightdale. We have 90+ residents in each district. So, you know, that's something to really think about, you know, of who we're serving and who we're representing, because ideally we all, district council people, could be mini mayors compared to some of our neighbors. So those were my items. I have more, but I stopped.
That falls under innovation, the latter. I mean, it's really about looking at different ways of doing things in partnerships.
Right.
And I know that's something our city manager has talked about, going out and being more active and meeting with the business community. Because if you don't ask,
They won't do
you're not going to get it.
Exactly.
So,
Others? She's ready. She's pulling up the mic.
I'm waiting for the, there it is. I've got 3, because I follow instructions. You are an overachiever. Tree conservation is something that GNR has been really focused on. We've got a couple of text changes being worked on by staff right now, but that's definitely something that's top of mind for me. Climate change specifically, I got pretty specific with my priorities this time, as it relates to VMTs, vehicle miles traveled, and using that as an indicator instead of traffic. And then my third is renters. That could be pretty broad, whether it's about how we engage our renter community or how we better serve them. I'm specifically really interested in continuing the work we started during COVID on eviction prevention and making sure that that continues.
Others? Who'd like to go next?
all of a sudden, everybody's shy. You can start picking on people.
I got a head shake from David, so that's as close to a yes as I think we're going to get. So.
Well, mine goals, 3 goals, could be boiled down to, and I think the city needs to be paying more attention to these 3. It's very simple: snakes, ducks, and wolf dogs.
No, you're kidding, or I wouldn't be laughing.
You think I'm kidding? All right. So seriously, though, and this will take a little bit longer. Climate change. Truly, it is. Michelle doesn't get the joke. You need to pay attention to the fun we have at City Council. Climate change truly is existential. It's hard for me to say that, and we're seeing that right now with the war in Ukraine, right? Gas, energy. We see it with the fires that have taken place out west. Tornadoes, hurricanes. It really is and everything falls under it. Sprawl, transportation, housing, equity, it all falls under it. And we do have the CCAP, which is really it was sort of started before most of us got on council, but it has, I think we actually voted for it, with an 80% reduction of greenhouse gases by 2050. I think we need to be more ambitious than that. The great cities of the world are all have carbon neutral plans by a certain date. We're 470,000 people. We're very responsible. We're contributors to the issue, but also the bright side of that is we have a platform of this large of a community to do something about it at scale. I've been a little disappointed. Solar is a big issue that we could be working on at scale, and I'm glad to hear that it sounds like through the budget, at least, perspective, we are going to be hearing some specific ideas maybe, and I'm looking forward to doing that. It's very important, and we have partners that we can be working on with this, but I think from through an energy lens, we've talked about EVs. We got to be even more ambitious moving towards a public fleet of EVs. Again, other energy types of using alternative energy to get away from the types of energy that are causing all the problems in the world. And those that are less fortunate, those that are less able to respond, are the ones being impacted and affected the most by this. And so it does cover a lot, or all of the issues that we are talking about today. So I want us to be thinking about that as we go through the budget process, but also specific policies to be put in place as overlays over other things that we're doing. And I think we've done a good job on that. I think Raleigh is already a leader in that, but I want us to be even more focused on that as we go forward, if at all possible. Pedestrian safety and connectivity, simply put, sidewalks and greenways. I'm real interested in making sure that the busiest roads in particular, and this is a safety issue as well as a connectivity issue, are sidewalked on both sides. Just in my district, Glenwood, Wade Avenue, but you can go all over town, Capitol, New Bern. We need to have that connectivity. It doesn't help when you have one sidewalk in front of one business, but then right here there's nothing, or maybe a grass or dirt path. We need to get the businesses to help. I think there's a way to help those. Now obviously they got to put sidewalks in front of, but in the past they didn't. So you have these missing areas, and I think just allowing pedestrians freer and better access to be able to use these areas where right now they can't, or they're scared to, or you got to get in a car, or even get in a bus. You shouldn't be able to have to get in a car and a bus to get around most of town. And that'll work on issues such as sprawl and other issues as well. And then my third one is more of a concept, but that we are doing, and I'd like us to focus more on, is organizing within neighborhoods at a small scale. And I mean with the business owners, as well as residential owners. DRA is an example of that at a larger scale. But there are other parts of town, 5 Points, they're working on that. Blue Ridge Corridor, they're working on that. Hillsborough Street already has one. They will scale it different ways. Some will choose to tax themselves. Some may not be able to do that. Midtown, obviously, North Hills, that area. But we have them all over town that I don't know about other nodes, centers, cores that we could plan around and allow them to have a little bit more of sort of self-governing, self-planning that I think would really show benefits. DRAs, what they've done is great, right? But it doesn't even have to be at that scale. But I think that's an idea and a concept that we've been talking about, and I like to see that continue to grow and for us to help support those organizations and entities be what I think they have the potential to be. So those are my three.
Most of mine have been touched on, but the one thing that I do think about is looking at infrastructure more comprehensively. So expansion to broadband, of course, talk about transportation, some other issues. But the other thing is that we're bringing a lot of development online. And so the question is, what does our infrastructure look like in terms of, facilities and maintenance of our water systems and pipes and things along those lines? As we're bringing in more development, do we need to take a look at making sure we've got adequate infrastructure to accommodate the development that's being brought online? So that would be mine.
Patrick.
Thank you. So I've been listening to you all and trying to catch up a little bit. I regret I couldn't be here for the first session. I know what great work our strategic planning staff does, and I'm sure that was a very productive conversation. So I just wanted to reflect a little bit while I'm catching up on where we are. And of course, we all know it's been a very tough couple years. And my sense is that we got knocked off our beat a little bit, and we came in with a lot of talk about bold leadership, and we got our wings clipped a good bit by a global pandemic. So I think we need to get our mojo back and start finding those big ideas and pursuing really innovative, creative, and aggressive solutions to the problems that are facing our community. And while we're doing that, I think we need to get back to basics a little bit. So I've got 3 ideas, and 2 of them are in the category of getting back to basics, and one is a bold stretch goal. And we've talked about the 2 sort of getting back to basics. I want to see significant raises for public safety workers. I think that's a really, really important thing we need to do. When I hear from police and fire that there are large numbers of firefighters and police that are sitting on the edge of their seat waiting for the council to take some action, and depending on what we do, they may leave the department. And we're already behind, and I think this is becoming a very serious threat to our community, and it's one of our most important, most basic jobs as a city. Secondly, we've also talked about this, closing the transportation funding gap, another basic core function of the city, filling potholes, building roads. It falls in the infrastructure category that Councilmember Fort just mentioned. And I'm concerned if we continue to fall behind, it'll be very, very difficult for us to catch up. And my stretch goal, my big, bold idea is I'd like to see the council commit to ending chronic homelessness in this community. Other communities have done it. I believe we've got the resources. I believe the community really cares about this issue. And I mean, we hear about homeless camps. They're all over the city. There's a large one in North Raleigh. We can do this. There's people out there to help us with this. And I'd like to see the council take that commitment. It's not going to happen in a year, and we may not be successful at ending homelessness. But if we set this goal and pursue it aggressively, I believe we'll make progress, and I believe it'll be a really positive impact for the community.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for sharing. So we are at that time for lunch. That's what my stomach is telling me. And so I am going to invite a representative from the folks who are here today to provide our lunch to tell you a little bit about their work and their mission before we officially break for what I know will be a delicious, delicious meal. And do we have the handheld somewhere?
Hi there, my name is Vicki Ismail, and this is Stan Noel, our brand new executive director. And I like what you're imagining here, and I want you to think for a moment and imagine, what if there was such a place when a woman comes out of prison or is recovering from addiction or coming out of abuse, that she could find a safe place to work, a place that had all these resources for them for education, health, all the things you're talking about, legal aid. That's what we do at Carol's Kitchen. So about 5 years ago, Vintage Church, when Moore Square, before the renovation, they put out a Shark Tank-like event. And I went and pitched an idea. The challenge was, how can we love our city? And it was open to all kinds of ideas. So I pitched the idea. My background is in restaurants. And I said, why don't we have a restaurant that employs women overcoming crisis? We've got a shortage of places that are serving women. As I was serving after I sold my last restaurant, I found that men seem to have more than women. They loved the idea, and one of the people sitting on the Shark Tank panel took me next door and showed me a building, said, I've got just the place for you. We walked it. There was a plaque on the wall that belonged to the Carroll family. We read their story, and they were do-gooders in the city. It was probably back in the 1914, right after, I think it was around World War I. He actually died from influenza, Spanish influenza. But they just started a soup kitchen and serving in the city. The plaque on the wall said Carroll family. We loved the name, and we thought, this is where we're going to be, and that's where the name Carol's Kitchen came from, because I'm not Carol. But we didn't land there. We actually landed on the corner of Martin and Wilmington, if you've ever been there. And who knows, we may be back in that original home at some point, but we've been there about 5 years. Oh, could you get our poster board? Sure. The funnest thing to do is to bring one of the ladies from the kitchen. And like Nicole, if I brought her here today, you wouldn't get a chance to eat lunch because she loves to talk about just how it feels to work in a place that loves having her there, that supports her, encourages her. But what I would like to tell you is about 5-6 years ago we began, and this is actually fairly old, but this is today, and Teresa's on here. Teresa actually has gone on and works at Step Up Ministry, one of our partners. She's in an admin role. Nicole, who came out of extreme abuse, lost a lot of her children, addiction, now is our general manager. So while not everybody stays, they are elevated and they flourish. The cards she passed out are is Dusabe. Dusabe had a different level of skills. We work with everybody right where they are. And we do that through our restorative employment model program that was developed at Carol's Kitchen. And we try and share it with other nonprofits as well so they have a consistent, measurable tool to see how their people are progressing. But now Dusabe is flourishing and a great job supporting her 3 kids in a home. A few of our women have gotten Habitat from Humanity Homes. So again, our community has amazing resources, and we've got great partnerships. DRA is one of them. I heard you mention them. We've just found Raleigh to be an incredible place to be and to serve. So thank you for what you do and for letting us share about Carol's Kitchen. And we hope you come and check us out.
All right, we will close down for lunch. It is 12:15. Is 45 minutes sufficient? Come back at 1:15? Preference of the group? 1. 1. All right, we will be back at 1. Are we ready to come back? As we get back into the groove for the afternoon, just a little bit of a reminder of what we have for the rest of the day today. I want to spend a little bit more time talking some more about the priorities that you shared right before we broke for lunch. We had to just kind of list those out, and then we needed to break for lunch. So I want to go back and spend a little bit of time talking about those and having you all engage in some conversation about what they look like, what those priorities look like. And then the legislative delegation, or members of the delegation, will be coming, so we will have a hard stop just a little bit before 2 o'clock, so we can do a little moving around of the tables and chairs before the delegation, the conversation with the members of the delegation begins. And then we do have a bus tour coming up at the end after the delegation conversation. So that'll be a great opportunity to get some fresh air, stretch your legs a little bit, and see, get out from behind the desk or behind the screen and see some of the great things that you all know are happening within this community. I think hearing about the folks who provided lunch today is just a great reminder of the work that happens in rooms like this leads to opportunities within the community to really serve those who need assistance and give them great opportunities to be important members of this community. So nice reminder of the impact that the work that you all have when you can create spaces for people to engage like that. So with that, when we talk about the priorities, you know, I was reflecting on, as I was listening to Stephanie talk about the strategic plan and what is it, 92 or 94 initiatives within the strategic plan. I remember the process that the governing body at the time, a number of years ago, went through to create the 6 key focus areas. Several of you were here back then. And as you all were talking about your priorities, I think it's important to remember your key focus areas. You have a strategic plan. And so as I was listening to you all talk about your priorities, in my head I was thinking about how they might align with your key focus areas in the strategic plan. And I did a little exercise. Nicole saw all of the Post-it notes that I was working on. And I didn't know how this was going to turn out when I started the process. I wasn't quite sure. But would the priorities that you all mentioned align with your strategic plan? Some of you who were here during the time that those key focus areas were developed, some of you who weren't. Obviously, you all have spent a lot of time over the last several years updating and revising and adding to and checking things off the list of those 90-some initiatives within the strategic plan. But I listed out each of your 6 key focus areas. And then I wrote out each of the priorities that you all mentioned in the conversation and looked at how they may align with your 6 areas. And wouldn't you know it, they do. While you may not always be conscious about the strategic plan, it is clearly pervasive in your thinking and how you think about the needs of this community. And more importantly, it really reiterates to me how the elements of your strategic plan are still very much alive and well and resonate with what you view today as some of the key priorities in this community. So as an example, and I know you all can't read this, but these are your words. You know, your 6 key focus areas, and then each of the priorities that you mentioned underneath each one. So not surprising, and I know many of you, as you've gone through, even in your council committees, conversations about where certain items live, which committee do they live in, which key focus area do they align with or map to closest. Some of these could probably fit in a couple of areas. not surprisingly, but things like transportation and transit being obviously one of your key focus areas, and the notions of transportation funding, implementing the Wake County Transit Plan, pedestrian safety, housing affordability and transit. Again, that's one that may fall into a couple of these other areas. But things like, several of you talked about innovation, partnerships, collaboration, as well as things like workforce development, reinvesting in pathways. Again, all fall within economic development and innovation. Interestingly, the only key focus area that didn't have any priorities was this one down here, arts and cultural resources. So as you look at that visual, and I'm a visual person, hence all my sticky notes, as you look at that and you think about the strategic plan and some of the information that you heard Heather and Stephanie talk about this morning, what's your reaction? Thoughts about that?
Well, I'll go ahead. I do think it's interesting. I think some of them, like Pathway Center, parts of it could fall under arts and cultural resources and everything. But it was interesting when we were on lunch break, I was having a conversation about, parks even more and how we could look at our programming that we have on paper for parks and take the actual physical calendar of events and see how they correlate. Because I have a feeling around 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night, some of our buildings do a good job keeping our staff warm. But I'm not sure about the programming. At least the way I remember our parks as far as programming and activity that involved in the evenings, where you get a lot of that reinforcement, which leads to, if our young people and our young adults are busy and having activities, then maybe we don't have to have a conversation so deep about gun violence, because they're being productive and they're doing certain things. So it's kind of how our parks can help us be more proactive in getting in front and building. Again, when I made that comment about the next generation of city employees and community leaders, that's where you get that training from, coming up through those parks. Because if you think about just those here at the table, how many of us, utilize our parks, growing up? I know I did. So they play a vital part. And that's where you get the arts and the cultural resources, because you have the actual programming in the parks and in the facilities that reach people, and then do it in a way that's economically feasible. I know, for instance, one group that wants to do some events multiple weeks, they're good paying one time for an event. But when you're trying to do something that has a meaningful impact, it needs to go over a series of weeks. That's where things can sometimes become cost prohibitive. So I think we have great one-time costs set up, but how do we do things that have a duration to have a more meaningful and a deeper dive, so that, they'll offset some of the needs. And then when we talk about ridership on our buses, well, now you have people riding the buses because they're going to the parks.
Yeah, I agree. So many of these initiatives and ideas all work together. And when we were talking about innovation earlier, we talked about the artist in residency, we talked about the strollway. That's art, that's cultural resources. When Councilmember Stewart was talking about looking at climate change and also the vehicle miles traveled, that made me think of what I brought up with the neighborhood retail and land use. And so much of all of this just really ties together. And I think if we can remember that when we're doing this work, that it's not always just this is a bucket, it's really like a link, like a chain. Like I built with my paper clips earlier.
I think both of those were really good points, and it was interesting. I was just thinking over lunch that no one mentioned passing the parks bond as a priority this year, but I know it is a priority, and so I think and believe and assume that it wasn't mentioned specifically because we're all committed to doing that, and it's so close, and we're here to look to the future. but their arts and cultural resources is an important part of that bond investment, and I think both of you, Mr. Melton and Mr. Branch, made great points, and I agree.
And I think one of the reasons why it wasn't mentioned is because we're more than halfway there. We're almost 3/4 of the way there. So it's like, we've already done it. We just got to pass it now.
When you heard your colleagues talk about priorities, were there any questions that you had or reactions that you had to the things that you heard?
I really liked Corey's the city structure comment and specifically the community health, because we heard about that a lot, especially like spring of 2020 and ongoing, about how we can better care for the community. I mean, that really rose to the top. And, you know, sometimes the response is, well, the county has the health department, which is true, but that doesn't mean that we always have to exist in those barriers. And so I love this idea of thinking big, how can we better serve the community, including like what services do we not have currently that we can either introduce or do some public-private partnerships. And I'm really proud of the work we've done with the ARPA funding on that piece of it. And so I really liked that idea a lot.
So I'll agree again, and you know, I think that comment and Mr. Branch's the points that he made earlier reflects that view from the community that you know, they need help from the government. They don't care which jurisdiction solves their problem, but they need help, and that's what we're here to do: solve problems that affect people's lives. So I think again, great points.
I'm curious, particularly for those of you who were not part of the initial, on the council at the time that the initial strategic plan was developed and those 6 key focus areas were identified. What reactions do you have to how those key focus areas really do resonate with the community today? Stormy, do you have thoughts about that? Since you're the newest member of the group.
You know, again, I think we've got a number of, you know, pressing issues. The affordable housing and some of the other things are, I think, at the top of the list. So, you know, coming on and being able to see, you know, how critical those issues are during COVID is just kind of, you know, like highlighted the needs going forward.
How about you, David?
I was just going to mention, and I think everybody's talked about it a little bit, but it's implicit, and maybe we need to bring this a little bit higher. There's been some articles in the newspaper about lately is regionalism, trying to, you know, talking about partnerships, Wake County, the other towns, and I know this makes the staff side sometimes, because they're concerned about the city of Raleigh as they should be, but also this getting out beyond our city limits because traffic, housing, all of these issues we are impacted by what they do in other parts of the county, what they do in other parts of the region. You could just name all the issues we talked about and how we can do, you know, and we have some organizations that are set up for this, the COGS, et cetera, that try to bring us all together, but thinking about how we can do a better job of talking regionally about these issues and partnering on these issues, because they go beyond our city limits.
Anything missing? After you heard your colleagues and you heard some of the updates from what's in the strategic plan now, is there anything missing?
I'm just going to say there probably is. It's just that it's not in front of these issues. It's not in front of these priorities. We can always go back and talk about some of our public safety challenges. We can talk about our council's size. you know, there's probably some other issues, but I think these are the ones that are at the top. So, I mean, if you gave us another 2 hours, we'll probably give you another 200 items. But
Well, you asked for 3.
yeah,
So
you only asked
Corey
for
was
3.
the only one who disobeyed the rules, but.
And see how helpful that has been?
I was gonna say the same thing, that we could keep throwing stuff. I'm sure there's a lot missing because we had to pick 3, and kind of, I think each of us looked at it differently, and I think we ended up with a good mix of stuff because we all thought about it in a different way.
I think if we had to add something, I would say it's policing. Our Acorns unit, which is really designed around health challenges, mental health issues, helping people in a way that's different besides policing. It's following up with people, making sure that they get the services they need. So the policing thing, I think, is important, and that aspect of it ties into homelessness and care for those most vulnerable.
Yeah, to that point, that so much of this is interrelated.
Right.
That you aren't going to achieve the vision that you have for the community by doing each of these in a vacuum. That they have such great impact.
One big one that goes again to, you know, what are we responsible for and what are others responsible for is education. Youth education, public and private education. That's obviously not up there. You know, well, it's the county's job. Just like health, you know, we think of that, but is there a way that we could help our public education system do a better job in some ways?
Certainly, I think it's important to note, as you all have said, as Corey was mentioning, you could stay here all day and your list would be very extensive. And so this really is, I guess the question is, does this represent those things that you all believe are the most important, the highest priority items today for the coming months? And obviously, you know, again, I go back 2 years ago, we had very different priorities than we do. Our way of thinking in January of 2020 completely changed come February and March of 2020, and our priorities shifted. And so this is always going to be subject to the changing needs of the community and your changing conditions. So the question then is, does this reflect where you are at today and where you think the important emphasis needs to be for the community, given where the city is at this point in time? Knowing that you have a whole staff, a whole city of staff that does the day-to-day work. Obviously, there's a lot on here that you know is part of the day-to-day service delivery that your staff is responsible for. That's not reflected in here, but that will continue. And your assumption is those are going to continue at the high level that you've expected, that the community expects. So does this reflect where you are today?
I think it does. I think it stood the test of time, at least from a topic standpoint. What we've seen is the evolution. And a lot of that evolution was accelerated over the past 2 years because of equity issues and social justice issues. All of a sudden that rose to the top, as it should have probably previously. But, you know, never miss the opportunity of a good crisis to make change. And I think that the buckets that we have definitely reflect the priorities of the organization. It's just how the tactics are now different.
The only thing I'll say is, excuse me, as we're growing and expanding, we just got to make sure that, you know, we're keeping up with the pace of growth. And, you know, as you're talking about resources, that we're, you know, going to have the adequate resources to meet the demands as we continue to grow. And so I think that's a part of the future planning and, you know, thinking long term, that we've got to make sure as we're expanding that we have the capability to still provide a high quality of service to our constituents and residents.
Yeah, that's it. As you grow, how do you maintain that level? Certainly is a constant balance that you have to keep in mind, especially even as the cost for maintaining that level of service continues to grow as well, too. So to that point, when you think about the implementation and the action that comes with actually making these things happen, what do you foresee as some of the biggest obstacles and challenges right now to making progress in these areas over the next year?
Money.
Money and people. So from a money standpoint, you know, being able to pay for, you know, whatever materials or whatever. From a people standpoint is, you know, I use parks as a great example. You know, we put items in the bond, but we got to have the staff to implement it. You know, transportation, we put items in the bond, you got to have staff to implement it. We saw where the housing bond, we added 2 people. You know, ARPA funding, we had to add people. So getting that and salaries and benefits, you know, from everything I keep hearing and seeing, those numbers aren't going down either. So, you know, those are the things that we have to manage. I think those are really the top ones, I mean, for me.
I think courage and will too. I mean, we have to be willing to take risks and to have the courage to do what we think is right. I mean, I think that's a big one.
Political will.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's political will. Yes.
Do it because it's right, not because it's popular.
Exactly. I think sometimes that really, really stands in the face of progress sometimes.
I think during our budget presentation, somebody made the comment, if we're gonna, you know, grow in certain areas and we only have so much money, like what are we gonna be willing to cut out, or what are we gonna be willing to eliminate? And so that's the obstacle, because regardless of, you know, how small we may think it is, something we cut out is gonna impact somebody, and so that's gonna be an issue or a challenge or an obstacle, so.
Yeah, the impact of not doing something. Other obstacles? Other concerns that you have that you think might get in the way?
Extremists.
What'd you say?
On either side, and when I say extremists, I'm not talking just, you know, from a racial standpoint. I'm saying on opposite sides of an issue. You know, one on the far left or far right or far north or far south. You know, when you run and you talk about doing things, people kind of talk to the extremes, but when we govern and we sit here, we have to find that middle ground, that compromise. You know, you run government really from the middle, and that's the part that I don't think a lot of people understand, because their issue's important to them, and we hear that, but the person 5 doors or 5 streets from you, their issue's important to them, and if they're at opposite ends, we have to find a way to bring those together.
The question I asked earlier this morning, when I asked you to think about how the last 2 years have changed how you govern. When you think about that point, your role is helping to hear all sides and find that common ground. Are there other things that you think this group needs to do differently? Maybe not differently, but needs to focus on in order to overcome some of these challenges?
I think the fact that we're not behind computer screens is the first step. It's easier. It's easier to say certain things when you're behind a computer screen than it is when you're directly beside a person and looking at them. So I think that's one of the major changes.
Or even having conversations before and after meetings.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't happen with Zoom.
Yes,
you know.
It's really hard to build relationships and rapport and trust when you don't get to look at someone in the eyes, you don't get to read their body language, you don't get to spend really any time together. The emotional weight of being virtual for so long is just something that I don't know that I even really fully realized until I went into the council chambers on Tuesday. I just couldn't stop smiling. Like, I was so happy to be there, really, because like to see everybody and just the way, like little, even today, like little jokes about, you not know how to use a microphone, like little stuff like that, it adds up into just the relationships you build with each other, with staff, and really with the public too. And so,
That carries over for David virtually or in person.
yeah, but it's just
I
funny.
didn't think
to,
that was
like,
that funny, really. I don't get it.
So certainly being together.
And also being around staff. I mean, just seeing them, like I'm able to actually joke with our AV team now and stuff about certain little things. And it's just building that relationship with staff. And it helps us understand their job better, but also I think it helps them understand us better. And now we're not just the person with a title, we're a person.
So I include building partnerships too. That's very difficult to do, especially at the beginning, virtually. And so we have opportunities, especially with 4 of us coming in right before the pandemic. Well, 4 of us knew that we weren't able to really do that personally. So
Yeah.
now we have that opportunity.
I think about that for those of you who are new, that didn't have the opportunity to to have many council meetings in person, to get to meet staff, to spend time, to do the typical things like walk through City Hall and walk through the buildings and see them filled with not just staff but also residents and other folks coming to City Hall to do business, being able to do a ride along. Take a ride on the back of a trash truck. Those are things that you probably haven't been able to do that have perhaps caused us to not see the full picture sometimes. And so I think some of us have built habits in these 2 years because we've had to protect ourselves, to protect those around us. And so we'll have to spend a little bit of time learning some new habits. Not just how to work microphones in person, but doing some things differently now.
So one thing I see as an opportunity, we had talked about doing this before the pandemic hit, was not just having work sessions in the chambers, but actually going out into the community for our work sessions. So if we wanted to do, say, a work session on the strollway, we'd actually get on bikes and go down the strollway and see it. And it would be a little bit of a challenge for our technology team, but
you are going to wear GoPros.
But there are ways to stop in between and have those conversations and do it. And so we talked about going to a dog park and do a bring your dogs to the park, and we all bring our dogs and we all sit there and we listen to what residents have to say about dog parks, for instance. So taking the opportunity to actually get out into the community and be seen for some of these sessions and being creative about it, and having different types of conversations in different would not only be fun, but you would bring in a whole new group of people.
And I was going to say one thing too, not just our interaction with each other, but the fact that the city is starting to open up more, just going to the store or seeing people in the public. Now they can, that interaction, we're going to see a lot more of that, which is also going to bring things and ideas to the table. Because, if we all had all the ideas, God bless us.
Well, that helps with some of the obstacles too, I think,
Yep.
because like the courage, the political will, I guess the extremist type situation, it's easier to build relationships and support for ideas when you can talk to people about them, or get ideas from folks in an organic way, like going to a community event, or like you said, just running into someone at the grocery store. So it's just, I feel like it really helps take out some of that pressure and that I don't think hostility, but there's like a little fear sometimes about change. And if you can't build the rapport and the trust and the conversations, it's hard to get things done.
just continue on that, you know, getting out, I think we've talked about doing some inter-district tours. Maybe a district counselor as a host, and you know, we're going to take a bus around one district this day and look at it, you know, its challenges, its opportunities, and just get to know the city better in that way. And then outside the city, you know, the inner city tours I think are good, going to other places, talking to other elected officials, local elected officials about what's going on and how it's working and not working in their areas, cities, et cetera. I think we have an opportunity to do some of that.
I think another opportunity is the infrastructure bill. There are going to be grants available to municipalities. And, you know, part of what we said is funding and budget is an obstacle to achieve some of our goals. So having that dedicated staff person who is on this and seeking those grants, developing the relationships, helping to make it happen, I think is going to be really critical.
It's part of thinking differently. That what if we had more money? What if we had the opportunity to go after additional funding? It doesn't all need to be through your traditional means. What if you had more partnerships? What if you did collaboration differently? What if you got out? What if you listened differently? What if you thought about the different expectations now that the community has? The community that also has built up habits. They can sit and watch your council meetings with their slippers on. They can probably chat sometimes. You know, all that happens on a screen is very different than when they're sitting there with you, or better yet, when you're sitting there with them out in the community somewhere. But how have their expectations changed about how they access you now? I bet that looks a little bit different from their eyes. They've had 2 years of having to only do that online. So as we talk about, I know we have a topic tomorrow to talk about community engagement. I encourage you to think those what ifs about the community as well too, and how their expectations have changed. I asked you about how their needs may have changed, but how their expectations have changed. You know, so many places now, so many communities that I've worked with are still maintaining some hybrid meetings because it's enabled people to be involved in ways that they weren't before. So many community members are now so easily programmed to log into a Zoom meeting as opposed to going somewhere. Is that a way you get more people to the table, get their voices heard differently, going to different places to get them engaged and involved? Again, things to think about in that what if scenarios as you talk about community engagement tomorrow. Anything else? Other ideas that you have about opportunities that you are interested in seizing over these next several months when you think about your priorities?
I was going to say, as far as technology, using it in new ways. COVID has taught us benefits and as well as challenges, and just try and finding better ways. I mean, granted, it's good to be able to communicate via Zoom or call in, but sometimes to really get a person's real understanding, it's good to be able to look at them and see them. And you know, that's why I like it when the community comes down to our meetings and talks to us, because we can actually have that face-to-face interaction and have that conversation. I mean, if you're mad at me, tell me you're mad. I'm okay with that. But let's have a chance to talk about it. Where when
They have no trouble communicating that.
Yeah, but when you're remote and you're upset, after the meeting, whatever, there's no chance to have a dialogue or a conversation. So, you know.
I'm just going to list one more opportunity, and I talk about this program every year. Corey shares this passion with me, and that's our Digital Connectors program. And there are opportunities there, I think, to really re-envision that, expand it, and bring these young people into the city in different ways. I mean, I know I've been on a few of their programs pre-COVID, and when these, kids walk into, say, a Citrix or a Red Hat, and they're just like, you mean I could work in a place like this? It really is about helping them see what they can be. And with 15 kids, we know we could do this for 100, or 200 or more. And I think that's where partnerships with our business community really becomes important. You can help create their future workforce. You can get these kids the workforce development training that they want and need. You can help them see things in a new way. That also goes back to gun violence and, poverty. It addresses so many different issues, but having that early opportunity to really become who you can be, it's a game changer.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to pause on that note, and we'll continue the conversation over the course of the rest of our time together. But we are going to break. I think some of the members of the delegation have arrived, and so we are going to take a break until the rest of them come. We're going to do a little moving of chairs and tables, and then we will reconvene when the delegation members have arrived.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Good afternoon. Our lobbyists, our beloved lobbyist, Phil Bosley, is supposed to be here today doing this moderation, but he is under the weather, so I'm going to fill in today and try to do the best that I can to fill his shoes, which I probably can't do. But anyway, I want to get started. I want to thank the members of the General Assembly for being here. It's very exciting for us to be able to get face-to-face, not only after the pandemic, but we're in the same city and we don't see each other enough, so thank you so much for being here. Now, just quickly for everybody, I'm sure everyone knows we have Senator Phil Berger, the President Pro Tem of the Senate, Senator Dan Blue, who is a Democratic leader, Representative Robert Reeves, who's also Senate leader, and Representative John Bell, the Majority Leader. So I'm not going to do a lot of talking. I'm going to turn it over to them mainly. But if we could start off and let you each introduce yourselves and give us some background where you're from, kind of what you do when you're not at the General Assembly, what brought you to public office, and that type of thing, so everyone can get to know you. You want to start, Senator Berger?
Why not? Well, my name's Phil Berger. I serve as the President Pro Tem of the Senate. I've served in the Senate since January of 2001, so I've been there for a while. I am an attorney by profession, although I tell folks who want to hire an attorney to go talk to somebody else because I generally don't have the time that I used to have to take care of clients. I'm married. My wife, Pat, and I have been married we're going on 51 years, and we have 3 children and 5 grandchildren. Home is Eden, North Carolina. I actually grew up in Southern Virginia in Danville and went to college in Danville at Averett University, went to law school at Wake Forest. And I actually, in the 1980s, we lived in Raleigh for about a year when I clerked at the Court of Appeals. And we actually, of all the places that we lived other than Eden, I think we enjoyed Raleigh more than any other. So we now get to spend a lot of time here and enjoy being here. We think Raleigh is a great place for folks. It certainly is. It works for us for the times that we're here. When I'm not in the General Assembly and not trying to salvage what's left of my law practice, try to spend time with my grandchildren. I like to hunt. We have a dog and spend time with taking care of him. In fact, we've spent a number of days at the dog park. And I noticed on the brochure it's called a temporary dog park. But it's a nice thing to have for your pets, because our dog is a large dog, and when we're here, we stay in a fairly small condominium, so it helps to work a little energy out for him. But I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and am looking forward to responding to any questions that you have.
Good afternoon to those that I didn't get a chance to speak to. I'm Dan Blue, and I'll say my traditional thing. Welcome to Senate District 14, where you are now. This district is part of the district that I represent in Wake County. I know a lot of the people in the audience. Great to see you again. I can identify you since you don't have masks on anymore. But let me simply say this. I've represented Wake County in one form or other for the last 40 years. In the House for a significant amount of time. I've been in the Senate since 2009. And I've done all of this because I started it all straight out of the womb and have been going at it. so I'm a lot younger than the time would indicate. But let me say this. Every time I come over here to Dix Park, first let me thank Phil and agree totally with him that Raleigh is a great place to be, a great place to live. We've lived here since 1973, straight out of law school. which tells you what I do for a living. I practice law at 200 block of Fayetteville Street. I was looking out of the building at the Wells Fargo building a few minutes ago, thinking, you know, what should I be doing in the law office right now? But over the last 49 years, I guess, I've really watched this city grow and watched it go through a lot of changes, most for the best. I was commenting to Mary Ann a little bit earlier that I really thought that the council gets it pretty much of what long-term prospects and possibilities for this city might be. And if we look long range, say 50 years down the road, rather than how we have to look sometimes in the business and political world, you can see this as just one of the real stars in the constellation of great cities in the United States. And so I urge you to keep that in mind as you make policy decisions, not necessarily be moved by what's so popular today as to what will take us to where we ought to be as a city. I mentioned that I practice law downtown, and I have for a number of years. In fact, I have my entire career. Two different firms, both of them on Fayetteville Street, that I've worked with during my legal career. Gail is smiling because she was here when I started all of this. But let me say also that that the great thing about us meeting here, and I was thinking about Greg Poole and some of the others who were so instrumental in making this park a reality, and I'll thank you too to a degree, Phil. We had some tough times coming and going on how we were going to get Dix as one of the parks, get it as a destination park and a definitive park for the United States. And there was some push and shove and some real challenges. But it's appropriate to name this chapel after Greg Poole and the other folk who were such major players in making this park a reality. And I look at what its potential is long range. It really does define what this city is. Most of you know me. I'm going to shut up. Edna my wife would have me tell you, we got 7 grandkids, ages 7 through 14, and all of them seem to be over 21 now, so they tell us what to do. And we very religiously do whatever they tell us to do and let their parents straighten out any mess that we make doing that. So anyhow, glad to be with you this afternoon. Look forward to talking with you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Bell. I am the lone non-attorney at the table. So I'll give you direct answers, and I don't get paid by the hour like these guys do. So you won't have any billable hours. No, I'm just joking. I love a good lawyer joke. Like I said, my name is John Bell. I've served in the General Assembly. I got elected in 2012. Started my service in 2013. 2014, 15, 15, I was elected House Majority Whip. So I was in charge of counting the votes, and then at the end of my second term, was elected by our caucus to serve as the majority leader and have served in that capacity since 2016. When I started in the General Assembly, I represented parts of Wayne, Greene, Lenoir, and Craven County. Currently represent parts of Wayne, Johnson, and all of Greene County, and with the new redistricting, I will actually, for the first time, be able to represent just a portion of my home county in Wayne. When I'm not in the General Assembly, which is, frankly, this year we've been in the General Assembly forever. My real job, as I like to say, is I serve on a private equity board called Rise Capital. We have 4 companies based in eastern North Carolina and are actually spread throughout North Carolina, and so we like to focus on the skilled trades. We have an air filtration company that's done well, commercial electrical company, also have a welding metal fabrication company, and then our weird little entity is a CBD manufacturing company, and so I spend my time there. Also, Januaries and Decembers, I like to go duck hunting. That's about my only free time we have, because I have a 7-year-old daughter that has just got into basketball, so now we're hot and heavy into basketball. And my wife and Kelly live in the little community Rosewood right on the Johnston-Wayne County line. So it's a pleasure being here with you today.
Hi, I'm Robert Reeves. I serve as Democratic leader in the House, and I'm just was thinking about what John was talking about the billable hours, because I don't remember how it was to be able to charge billable hours, because we don't leave the General Assembly. I think it's a new home now. But I practice as an attorney in my other life. I'm going on the presumption that we get out of session at some point. But I've served since 2014. I came in right after John. I came in midway through the session as an appointment and had to run for office that same year. Got elected deputy Democratic leader that same time, which I didn't realize that we mirrored that much. But in 2016, I was became deputy Democrat leader. December 2020, became leader of the caucus, and I served Chatham and Lee County, and then got redistricted, and so then I became Chatham and Durham County, and then if I'm successful in November, it'll be Chatham and Randolph County. So if redistricting keeps going at this rate, I will have served half of the state by the time I get my next 8 years. Yeah. So, but I have enjoyed the time, enjoyed being here. I was born in Sanford, which is right down the street. For all of you that play golf, if you go down to Pinehurst, you got to go through Sanford. That's the only way to make you know where it is. I've been driving up to Raleigh for my entertainment since we only had a 2-lane highway coming up, and you had 2 places where you could pass. And I and some troopers got familiar with those 2 places you could pass. And so but I've always loved coming to Raleigh, love the development, and just, love being able to have a good time. And when I do have spare time, I spend it with my kids. They're 16 and 10. And we usually end up back up here, but not at the General Assembly. We do the other fun things that Raleigh has and try to enjoy that. But it's a wonderful place, wonderful state, wonderful city, and I'm happy to be able to join you today.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple of other questions, and I guess you can maybe take them one at a time. What are you most proud of from the long session, the recent long session?
I guess I get to go first every time.
Well, you want to
No, I don't mind. I just
we can mix it up.
No, that's fine. Actually, I think it's maybe one of the, there were several things that were pretty big, but I think the budget is probably the thing that, and I would guess everybody at this table would concur that getting the budget passed this year, having the governor sign the budget, and all of the things that we were able to accomplish within the budget would be what I would point to. But I mean, there were several other, in any other year I would consider signal accomplishments. The energy bill that we were able to negotiate, also a bipartisan, significant piece of legislation that helps move North Carolina forward in many ways. I thought was extremely important. The effort that we jointly engaged in trying to get kids back in school, I think was something important. So while there's some consternation in some circles about how long we were in Raleigh, I think if you look at the things that were accomplished over the past year, it's fairly significant, any one of which would have been enough for any one session.
Thank you.
And I agree with that. I agree with that, Robin. Senator Berger is absolutely right. And I'd underscore that the issues that he's talked about are issues that we were able to work on jointly, reach a consensus on them, have the governor even not veto them. There's one other one that I would put into this category because those are the ones that we're most proud of. We did significant criminal justice reform in this last session. You might not know a lot about it yet, but you will over time. That too was the result of a sense of collaboration, participation, a give and take. And you'll find, and I say based on multiple years of experience, you will find that the things that stick with you over time are the things that, tough issues, but issues that you can bring a substantial majority of the members of the legislature along with, because it indicates that you've taken into account concerns that multiple people might have. And, you know, the old expression that everybody's familiar with, a broke clock is right twice a day. And so you can get ideas from places you thought ideas never generated. And these issues that, and I share again, the same ones that Senator Berger talked about. You know, we got the most advanced, probably progressive position on energy generation, probably of any state in the nation. All of us are proud of it. We're going around. We even got the utility company to go along with it, and it is absolute consensus legislation, but something that really will change this state on the issue of clean energy. And, you know, there's still some things that we have to do to improve it. But it's those kinds of issues, and I think that you'll find that consistent. Now, if John says something that all of us fought about, I'm going to have to take back what I just said, but I don't think he will.
What do we fight about?
I don't know. Most folk don't understand that 90+%
they
of
fight
what we
in the
do.
house.
They do, that's right, these guys.
Actually, we get along great in the house. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Most time, when Robert and I are sitting talking, we have members walk by going, what are they doing? What are they doing? What are they, what's going on? And we're like, we're actually just friends. No, I would say the single business, and we had a number of successes working across the aisle, a number of successes in the House. A lot of them I'm proud of, and Robert will talk about some of those as well. But really, the budget for me, it was a huge deal for my area. It was a big deal for our state, and the citizens of the state really won't see the impact of this budget totally for the next couple of years. I mean, it was a really big win for all of North Carolina.
Not to say everything that you heard said, all these bills, because these were things that we were able to work together on. And I'd say that the thing I was proudest of in the House was the relationship that Representative Bell and I were able to have during this time, because, you know, as all of you know, it gets testy with politics at every level. No matter what, it gets testy between parties, within groups, within caucuses, and we were able to, I was laughing while they were talking because I was thinking of probably the one line I will remember from this biennium is, can we make a deal? Because this man right here started that on the second bill we had all biennium. That was the school reopen bill. And he said, can we make a deal? And I replied each time, yes, we can make a deal. And, you know, at the beginning of session, I would have told you, you know, yeah, we can make a deal, but there's no chance that we're going to be able to meet in the middle. And I'm telling you, every time he worked and worked and worked to get us to truly meet in the middle. And we knew we met in the middle because everybody was usually mad at us by the time the bill was over. So we figured if we made the Senate mad, we made the Democrats mad, we made the Republicans mad, we made a good deal. So that was it. But that's what I'm proudest of, is being able to develop that relationship. And it really, really showed by the end of session that we're able to do that. So I was very proud of that no matter what.
Well, thank you. That's encouraging to see how well you all work together. So the next question has to do with the pandemic and relates to what you see as being what the state needs to do to move forward after the pandemic. And you want me to start with you, or you want me to skip over? Philip would probably be able to, you know, mix it up a little better than me then.
I'm fine.
Okay.
I think the biggest issue that we have facing us at this time is the learning loss that has taken place, and we've got to find ways to, one, address that effectively, and two, make sure that if anything like this happens again, that we make better decisions on what we're doing in education. I do think that lessons have been learned, and I don't think we'll, you know, go in the same direction. But I also know that we were facing something that we hadn't faced before, and we were and everybody, y'all had the same situation, kind of making it up and trying to figure it out as you were going along. And I think you've got to look back at those times and the decisions that were made and assess, whether or not those are the kinds of decisions that, faced with the same circumstance, would we go down the same paths. But again, the learning loss for our kids is really the biggest issue that we've got to deal with.
And again, I agree with that. And part of that is going to have to be rethinking even what we do with a 9-month school year. I mean, the entire world was experiencing this pandemic and still is. But some of the places that we compete with more haven't experienced the learning loss that we have. And so we got to be willing to make the investments to expand kids' opportunities to learn, to make up for that time as much as possible, doing it with the best techniques available. But part of that process, Robin, is dealing with this huge loss of educators that we're experiencing, because the kids aren't going to, parents are invaluable in this whole process. But the formal aspects of instruction are very important also. And here in Wake County, as many of you know, and in many other districts, not just the more well-off districts, but across the state, we're losing teachers in ways that we've never experienced before. And the pipeline doesn't look nearly as promising in filling them as it did in the past when we went through these cycles. So that's the challenge. And the second challenge, I think, coming out of this pandemic is realizing that you make significant progress when you leapfrog the competition and the opposition. And so we got to make the kind of investments in our infrastructure and other essential institutions so that we just don't compete at the same level that we were competing, but we leapfrog over those entities, whether they're states, local governments, or various other things that we were competing with. And we at the state level have to figure out how to be your best partners in being part of that too. If we're going to be the greatest city, there's still some we got to jump over. And this resetting gives us an opportunity to get a real advantage over those with whom we compete. A lot of other specific things, but I think that those would be the ones foremost on my mind.
Learning loss is key. We've got to address that and continue to address that. And unfortunately, I get to see that with my daughter and her friends. And my daughter entered kindergarten in a pandemic, and now she's in first grade for the first time. In some parts of our state, where actually teachers are actually be able to see kids' faces for the first time in a couple of years. So, another issue that if this ever would happen again, and I hope it doesn't, we need to focus on the science and data and the well-being and health of people and put politics aside. Unfortunately, with this pandemic, politics took over. And the last part, which I think is a major issue, and I've seen our General Assembly move forward on, is what Senator Blue just said, infrastructure with broadband connectivity. That's a big issue in my area. Here it is, you had schools shut down, kids trying to learn online. One, they didn't have the equipment, and two, they didn't have internet access. And when there's no way a kid can sit at McDonald's or in a parking lot of a church in a car and try to get the basic education that they're constantly obligated to get. And so we've got to move forward with broadband connectivity. You saw a huge commitment of that in our state budget, also previous budgets before that. And I'm proud to say that we're on the forefront of doing that. I feel like that this state will be one of the first states in the country, from the mountains to the coast and in between, to have broadband connectivity in all 100 counties. And that's a bipartisan commitment to do that. And that's been first and foremost on how we move forward as our infrastructure.
And as always, I'm always glad that Representative Bell will say something I was a little worried about saying, but was going to say anyway. And my big lesson out of this is we've got to stop politicizing everything. And I say that to you especially as leaders, because what you noticed throughout the pandemic is that the countries that were successful, it didn't become about politics, it didn't become about issues, it became about banding together. What was ironic to me is that we were able to come up with a vaccination when multi-billion-dollar companies put aside their competition to work together to figure out how best to tackle an issue. And I was thinking, wow, multi-billion-dollar companies who legitimately could say, look, I'll lose money if XYZ happens or this company gets ahead of me, were able to do it, but we at the political level just could not seem to quite get over that hump. It's like, you know, every time you saw it, it was that. I mean, because I remember when the pandemic hit, and it hit everybody differently. I mean, for those of you, you know, for those of us who'd lost people during the pandemic that you knew, you know, lost people that you saw that were perfectly healthy, doing fine, and literally, you know, I remember one of my daughter's friends, you know, her father 41 years old, fit as a fiddle, great guy, all the kids loved him, coach, all this kind of stuff. He was gone in 2 weeks. So my point is, I remember when the pandemic hit, and I was thinking, man, this might be the thing. It's a sad issue, but this might be the thing that helps bring us together as a country. And it didn't have that effect. And I hope that we realize that as communities, as cities, as states, and as a country, you know, while we're fighting each other, every single other entity in the world is fighting together as a unit. And they're saying, you know, when we're recruiting companies to Wake County, you know, those companies aren't coming because they like the people on this side or that side. They're coming to Wake County. And when we're trying to sell community, we've got to be community. And so I know that can sound a little Pollyanna-ish, but yeah, the bottom line is, to me, that's what we ought to get out of the pandemic, because I feel like had it not become politicized, that we probably could have gotten over the hump a lot quicker. But it's hard to make decisions, as all of you know in government, when you know the minute you make a decision, there's going to be somebody there to tell you it was a stupid decision. And we get paid to do it, but it gets a little hard when you're making life and death decisions where you know, if I pick the blue pill, I'm going to get called an idiot. If I pick the red pill, I'm going to get called an idiot. And there is no purple pill. So that's what I hope we learned out of it.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next question is, what do you see as the most pressing issues for the upcoming short session? I was going to say, maybe it'll just merge together and there won't be any like separate sessions anymore.
Go ahead. There are several issues that are out there. Obviously, anytime, the reason we have a short session is for budget adjustments. The question is going to be whether a budget that was just adopted a couple of months ago, hopefully it doesn't need a lot of adjustment, but that's normally the big issue. One of the agreements that was reached in the context of the budget was for the General Assembly to appoint a select committee to take a deep dive into the issue of Medicaid expansion. At this point, I don't know where that committee is going to be when we get back for the short session, but that very well could be one of the things that we'll be dealing with. Beyond that, sort of beyond the short session, beyond the issues of learning loss, we have in North Carolina a problem. When I was first elected to General Assembly, one of the committees I was assigned to was the Transportation Committee. And at that time, one of the big issues was we have a declining resource in terms of how we're paying for transportation. And we have an increasing need for dollars. And so most of the transportation funding came out of three buckets, the gas tax, the highway use tax, and federal transfers. Today, the transportation budget is funded by the gas tax, the highway use tax, and federal transfers. And so that problem hasn't gone away. And at some point, we are not going to be able to kick it down the road.
I would say that in addition to the Medicaid expansion, because I do think that that's one of the most critical things that we have to do, and I'll give us over in the Senate credit. We've pretty much signed on to the expansion, right, John? And I'm hoping that the little break from this past continuation of this long session gives my colleagues over in the House time to think about it. But we're really talking about making health care available to over 600,000 working North Carolinians. They're working people who can't get health care, and this pandemic really underscored the importance of us doing that. I'd also say that the other issue is going to be infrastructure, that fancy word for roads and bridges and schools and all of those other things. We've gotten, I don't know how many billion, but what, $8 or $10 billion from the federal government over the last year because of the pandemic. And we've made some great strides. You heard Representative Bell talk about broadband. You know, $1 billion that we spent on broadband. But you'd think that that's just an issue in rural North Carolina. That is an issue in the middle of the city. And it's an issue in the middle of every major city in this state, just as much as it's an issue down in Robeson County or the far eastern part of the state. And we have to tackle it like that because it's no good in having it coming across your front yard if you can't access it because you can't afford it or you can't even hook up to it. So there's some issues like that. There's some issues like that regarding transportation. Two issues that you are well aware of that create the greatest challenges in trying to clean up our environment and take the steps necessary not to emit so many carbon particles into the air is in transportation. And secondly, generation of energy. We think that we're on the right road with the generation of energy, and we got to do that transportation. Everybody sitting in this meeting can afford to make that transition. It'll cost a little bit more. You might gripe about it, like, you know, we're going to be griping about $5 gas pretty soon. But it's the cost that we got to pay to modernize our world and the different systems that we're going to be on. But there are a lot of people who can't afford to make that transition. So the big challenge is for us to come up with ways so that folk don't live in houses that have air leaks and everything in every window and every door so that they pay higher utility bills. And we got to come up with ways so that they make the transition to electric cars or various other alternative energy sources because they drive the clunkers, not Teslas and other things that are very efficient on energy use. The last thing that I would say on a real challenge, we got to figure out how to meet this challenge with public safety. We hear all the slogans that people use, but you see it firsthand. Because you're the ones responsible for most of the law enforcement and public safety in the state. And it's a question of making sure that you have the ability, the capacity to do whatever training is necessary, to get the mental health components that go along with it, and to do everything that makes people fully appreciate the role that local governments play and how law enforcement is necessary. And you make that point by making sure that the training is there for mental health issues are involved, that's being addressed. And I could go on, but I'll shut up. Okay.
Thank you very much. Change order.
I don't have anything to add. That's your turn. I would say everything that you've heard and just reemphasize. We've also got to figure out what we're going to do with our small businesses. I think that those are the folk that we've really not skipped over because I think people have cared about it, but I don't think we've quite recognized what that impact was. Now, the good thing about the pandemic, if there was a good thing, is that it actually brought on a lot of innovation. We've got a lot of new businesses that have shown up in amazing ways, and people who would not have gone into business, who would not have become entrepreneurs, except for that they were forced to. And so that has been good. But we've also got to pay attention to the businesses that we lost. I know, as I said, I represent Chatham and Durham, and I know at one point during the pandemic in Durham, we had figured out that 48% of our hospitality industry was gone. And it's, you know, and that's really kind of shocking if you've grown up in areas because, you know, Raleigh's a big city, Wake's a big county, but you think about the small areas and neighborhoods that you grew up in. You know, if you grew up in Southeast Raleigh or you grew up in, you know, North or up, you know, if you're outside of Raleigh in Roseville, somewhere like that, and think about the mom and pop restaurants and small businesses you used to be able to go to that are gone now because they couldn't survive. I think about my dry cleaner. I mean, something as simple as that. It's a dry cleaner that had been in the community for 50 years and they're done. because they couldn't make it through the pandemic, because obviously people didn't need dry cleaning when they were sitting out of work. And so I'd love to see us really concentrate on that also. But it all ties into the issues you've heard. You know, working on education, definitely about health insurance, because if other states have health insurance options that we don't, I can tell you right now that's a factor. When companies are looking, education, how are my kids going to get taken care of, and how are my workers' children going to be taken care of? We're not worried about always the CEO's kid. I'm pretty sure most of the CEOs could send their kids to private school, but you know, what are we going to do about the people who are working, about their health care, and about their education?
Healthcare will be a major focus of the short session, and even though I may not be 100% sold as these folks are right now, I do think there's a pathway to get there on the Medicaid expansion and access to care, to actually address the problem, not just put a Band-Aid on it. And so I'm hoping that with the oversight committees and the work that I know that both parties and both chambers are doing, I hope we get to a good place that we can all be proud of and say, hey, North Carolina did it the right way. And the other part that it actually deals with the budget. If you go and look through the budget, there was a lot of programs that were put into place that we need to make sure not only are working, but are, you know, a lot of times when you implement new programs, you need to make sure they're functioning the way you intended. And one of those is a program that I worked pretty big on, was the flood mitigation. For the first time in our state's history, we're actually putting forth a blueprint of what our state looks like, where our problem areas, how can we address basically the flooding we have, not just in eastern North Carolina, but the flash flooding that you experienced right here in Raleigh, and also the flooding that we had in western North Carolina. How can we address that? How can we put a statewide solution to that, and to make sure the dollars that were appropriated in the budget are going to help address the problem? So I think you'll see a continuation on that one. I do agree with all these gentlemen up here. Transportation, a long-range strategic funding formula for our transportation is key to the success of our state. North Carolina maintains more roads than any other state in the country except Texas. We pride ourselves on being the good road states. We love seeing the orange barrels on the side of the road doing road construction, upgrading our facilities, even though they're frustrating. Dave, that's like shaking your head. I hate them too. But you know, it does show that our state's moving on. You look at connectivity. Where I live, it used to take an hour and 20 minutes to get to Raleigh. Now I can do it less than an hour because of connectivity. And so we've got to, in order to maintain that standard, we have to have a funding formula that actually works and is sustainable.
Okay, thank you. We're getting to, got a little more time, but I'm going to combine a couple of questions that are the same topic. And those relate to basically cities. And the questions are, what do you see as the most pressing issues for cities in North Carolina, specifically Raleigh, and how can we work with you as a city to basically move forward and help to resolve those issues?
So I think it depends on the city as to what's the pressing issue. My district is, at least at this time, the new district will be different. I have 4 rural counties: Caswell County, Rockingham County, Stokes County, and Surry County. I met yesterday with the mayor, the vice mayor, and the city manager of the little town of Pilot Mountain in Surry County. The issues they have are completely different from the issues that exist in Raleigh or Durham or Charlotte. I think there are 2 things. One, for many parts of North Carolina, the biggest problem that you're going to be facing are what do you do with growth, and how do you manage? Should you manage? What should you do to address some growth issues? For the smaller, more rural communities, I think the biggest issue a lot of them are facing as municipal issues have to do with water and sewer infrastructure. Not that the large cities don't deal with that, but over the past 100+ years, a lot of small communities developed because of the water resources that exist in North Carolina. And a lot of those communities, because of those water resources, developed for the industry that was located there, water and sewer infrastructure. A lot of that infrastructure is crumbling, and it's a problem for them. It's going to be a problem for the larger communities, and probably already is, because if the folks upstream are having trouble dealing with their sewage issues, the folks downstream are pretty soon going to have a problem. And so, so I think both of those, you know, what do you do with growth? Be thankful when you've got that problem. And what do you do if your problem is no growth, no money, and crumbling infrastructure?
And I would add to that that the viable utilities is a critical issue, whether you're Charlotte or whether you Swanee, whatever the smallest town in the state is. And certainly it's an issue that's challenging this city. And I think the League of Municipalities had an estimate that you needed 17 or $20 billion for infrastructural investments over the short term to remain relevant in this century. So that's a key issue that I know that you deal with, and not just the roads and stuff, but how you're going under old established streets, pulling out, I don't know how many clay pipes or copper pipes we still have underground in this town of whatever the material was they used in the 40s and 50s. But the replacement for them, getting it ready for storms and all of those kinds of things. But a key issue, because I hear it all the time as a resident of Raleigh and watching the city council proceedings, this question about affordable housing is a real issue, and it is an issue statewide. And when you're going through what we're going through here in Raleigh, not just Raleigh, throughout Wake County, I might experience some of it in my law practice, because I've done condemnation law. But when I sit on a piece of property that was worth $30,000 10 or 15 years ago, and somebody's paying $500,000 for it now, it's an issue of what's going to happen to the people who used to be on that property. And whether it's affordable housing in the traditional sense, workforce housing with the new terminology that we use now, we got to be on that. And I know about the $80 million bond that we passed in this city, and I'm so proud of that. But that's the beginning of it. We got a lot more to do to really remain a viable place for everybody to enjoy the fruits and benefits of this great city that we're a part of.
So in my area, it's a little interesting because what you do here in Raleigh determines what happens downstream for us. And so when you look at my area, water and sewer infrastructure is key. We're seeing people leave Wake County, move it into Johnston County, and now that growth is now coming into the western side of Wayne County. And I'll just tell you how fast it's growing. I live in a very established neighborhood. It's been there for 60, 70 years. And we've had 3 developments pop up with probably over 150 houses on one side. We just have another one that they're breaking ground on now. This is going to be probably another 150 houses there. And then I have another little piece of land, and somehow they stuck 30 houses on that. I still haven't figured that one out, but it's pretty good. So the growth we see coming from the people, you know, frankly, because you are growing so fast, is bleeding over into our area. That's not just going to affect our water and sewer infrastructure, but also our schools. We have schools that are right on that capacity line, and so we're hoping to build a new middle school this year in the Rosewood community where I live, and you know, we have to figure out how to plan for that future growth. And the other issue that we have, along with the water and sewer infrastructure, we have people that want to move into some of our smaller towns, but we don't have the water and sewer infrastructure capability to be able to handle that growth. I have one community, one city, one town in my area that is actually on a moratorium. So businesses are now at a standstill. Business expansion is at a standstill, and even residents don't want to move into lots that have water and sewer connectivity on it already can't hook up because we just don't have the capacity to service them. So the great thing that we did was the water and sewer infrastructure with the budget, but we got to continue helping with that because a lot of this infrastructure has not been updated, frankly, since the 50s and 60s. So I would request to the Raleigh City Council and the commissioners of Wake County is that responsible growth is key, not just for your area, but also it affects what we're dealing with downstream and just 45 minutes down the road.
And same theme here. Water, I mean, again, the only county I've been able to keep is Chatham County and been able to keep all of Chatham. And Chatham's got water issues, things of that sort with our growth. But the thing that popped in my mind as soon as you said that was the same thing that Leader Blue was talking about, and that's housing. You know, I think when we talk housing, we immediately jump to affordable housing. And I think affordable housing then has a connotation, which is an unfair connotation. And what we don't recognize is that we've priced working people out of homes. And home ownership is how you get people invested in a community. There is nothing, you're on city council, nothing gets people at your meetings like something happening in somebody's community where they own homes. You know, and it's just not the same if you got an apartment or anything of that sort. And when you've got a home there, and especially if you've been there for a while, that gets your attention. And we're pricing working people out. And I just think it's gotten to a point, I mean, it's crazy that somebody that works, and again, I go to Leader Blue's point, I've got a former associate, and I try to keep in contact with all my former associates, and this associate's doing really well, great job, and I mean, not struggling at all, I mean, doing much better than me. I should have gone to work for them, but with that being said, they are from the country like I am. And so we were talking, and so she was just like, man, I really want to get some land. Not 5-10 acres. So I'd love to just get an acre and a half, you know, acre and a half, something like I grew up on, to have some space for me, pet, all that. And the price of an acre and a half, I don't have to tell you how much that is in Raleigh. It's insane. And then you got to put some bricks on it to have a house. So again, we've got to put ourselves in a position so that people who work every single day can afford homes. So that, and of course, you know, and people who have been unfortunately, you know, put out of work and not in the working system. But I mean, we've really got to work on this housing issue because, you know, it has a trickle-down effect. And because everybody, because of the way that North Carolina has approached transportation thus far, you don't have a lot of transportation options. If you're lucky, you can move to Chatham County. You can move to Wayne County. That's if you've got a vehicle and license to go. But Lord help you if you're working a job where you really aren't in a position to buy a vehicle, you really need public transportation, well, that means you need to be closer in to the city, and that's impossible. Rent has gone up in Raleigh 24% in the last year and a half. So those are the issues I'd really love to see us tackle, is to try to figure out how to make things better for everybody, definitely, but especially for people who are working every day, because it's disheartening to tell somebody, go to school, better yourself, get a trade, get a job, and then find out you're not going to be able to afford any of the things that are the basics that really make up what we call the American dream.
Okay, thank you. We're about at the end of our time, but I just wanted to check in one more time and see if there's anything else any of you would like the council or the staff to know about what you do or how we can work together, or if not, we can wrap it up.
I just want to say thank you for the willingness to have these discussions and talk. And I know a number of members on the council and the mayor, when there's issues, even though I don't live in Raleigh, when there's issues, you know, you make us aware, so that way we can try to help and help make your city a wonderful place to live, work, and visit, and raise families and grow businesses. And so thank you for the willingness to work with us. We appreciate it.
And I would echo that. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm not going in front of you.
I messed it up. I didn't ask you first.
I just similar threw me off. Similar to what John said, just thank you for the receptive nature of our communications up to this point. I would commend your selection of Philip Isley as the person that speaks for you or helps speak for you at the General Assembly. But if there's ever a time when someone wants to speak directly to me or to you know, any of our members, I'm sure that they would welcome having that opportunity.
Now that I've been given permission, so.
Give the bill number.
Yeah, I do have a bill number I need. But I do want to say thank you for the dialogue, and that's something I would just encourage, and I agree with President Pro Tem. Philip was a great choice to have to liaise for you, and just keep the dialogue open. Best thing about this state is our diversity and our diverse opinions, and so, you know, despite what we say in the newspaper sometimes from the General Assembly, we don't know everything, and I think when we hear from you and we get conversations like this is what helps us know how best to help, because the bottom line is that's what we're here for. We're all public servants and we're all here to help, so thank you.
And let me close it out if I could, Robin. It's very insightful and wise, I think, to talk to the leadership in the General Assembly, especially for Raleigh, since the state plays such a key role in this city. But I think that we all recognize something that you recognize as city council representatives. We all represent whatever the constituency is that we represent. And that means we overlap in the people that we represent, but more importantly, we have to respect each other and the role that we play in this system of ours. You know, you being in local government play the crucial role that is closest to the people. And they know who to blame when there's a pothole. I call the city all the time about them, when a sewer drain is clogged. And they know and they appreciate it. And you got to make sure that we know and appreciate it too, and respect the turf that you occupy and that you serve so gallantly. And in that capacity, I mentioned as I started out that if we respect each other and respect the positions that each of us hold, then we're going to have a very good working relationship, and we understand your needs, since ultimately all things come from the people who are the legislature, for the most part, in the Constitution, having the ultimate power to change things. So as you're faced with challenges as a city council, you ought to feel free to let us know as a state, not just your delegations, but the entire state and its leadership, how to fix those things. I was just thinking riding out here, it might be a quarter of a century from now that it happens, but you know, you're going to have a continuous corridor. It's not going to be Manhattan, but here in Raleigh, we're going to have a continuous corridor from downtown south to North Hills that is an intense business corridor. And you're going to need different kinds of abilities and capabilities to make that a reality, to do the planning and stuff for it. And that's long term. And we have to be made to understand what's involved in that, of whether it's transportation, or, you know, whether it's rail or walking or whatever it is. And you got to make the case, and we got to be willing to listen to the case being made. And I think that my colleagues up here are willing, but the conversation and the dialogue has to go on. And that applies to a lot of things, not just Raleigh and how we develop, but the entire thing that we do as a legislature. This afternoon is important. Sometimes in the past, in fact, I think, Phil, that it was because of one of the earlier ones, pre-pandemic, the meetings that we had like this, that you were able to convince my colleagues that letting Raleigh purchase, wish it had been a gift, but letting Raleigh purchase this property, the city of Raleigh purchased this property, really came to pass. Because a lot of people had been working hard, a lot of people had been lobbying for it, but I think that it was the dialogue with several senators, representatives who might not have understood it as well as they could and should have, that finally broke the dam loose so that we could go ahead and do this. And all of you got to be extremely proud of what this is shaping up to be. So keep the conversation going on, whether you do it by smoke signals or you do it on the internet. Just keep talking and signaling what your needs are, and trying to let us know what other powers you need, whether it's tax-wise or in other ways, to make these ideas a reality. I couldn't like better doing anything than representing you, representing Wake County, and that's one of the reasons I've done it for so long, because I really see the tangible benefits of what happens when all of you put your thoughts to something and how the people really move further down the road. And thank all of you all for coming, Phil, you and John and Robert for coming, sharing with my council.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, we really appreciate it. We think this is great that we could get together in the same room. And I think we'll conclude now, but we don't have something right after this. So if everybody wants to say hello as you wander out, I think that would be great. And I think let's give them a hand. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to break up the conversation, but because we are in a public meeting, I do need to officially announce that we are getting ready to close out our meeting for the day. For those of you who will be going on the trolley tour, your trolley is waiting for you and will be leaving in just a few moments. And we look forward to seeing all of you back here tomorrow morning, where we will begin at 9 a.m. Thank you.